to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you'd only believe in me. Don't you
아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S The Coming Storm.
What's up, everybody? The round of 16 of the GSL Code S Season 2 starts now. We've got quite the group here. It is hard to see any of these players get eliminated. We were just talking about this before we went live, that I know we've said this many times, but here I think it's more true than ever for a round of 16 group. All these players, really exciting to have them get this far, and to eliminate 2 sucks, but whoever moves on is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think that this might actually be the most exciting GSL group that we've had, at least since, like, the old days. I'm talking, like, 2014-ish. Like,
I think you might be right about that.
Because, yeah, it's, like, a very in-shape Scarlett and Special, 2 of the very best non-Korean players, and then DRG, who's come back, an old legend, right? And the reigning champion, TY, who's also a commentator. It's like, it's an amazing group. I'm so pumped, and I don't want anyone to be eliminated.
This is by far the most exciting group we have out of our 4 groups, at least for me.
Well, yeah, all the groups are good, though. Look at this.
Yeah.
Innovation, Dark, Bunny, Parting, Craziness, Maru, Solar, Trap, Dream. That's an awesome group. And then, of course, Kier Stats, Zest, Rogue. Like, what the hell, man? It's too stacked in here.
That's right.
It's going to fall over, Tasus. It's too stacked in here.
So stacked. Look, we've got TY. I think everybody can agree this guy's supposed to move on. If he gets eliminated, it's going to be crazy. Quick video, though, before we go on to that, and then I'll talk more about other stuff.
자, 그럼 첫 번째 지명자 전태양 선수의 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 좀 글로벌한 조를 만들고 싶어요.
와!
말고도 외국인도 같이
예.
아무래도 한국 선수들에 비해서 해외 선수들이 GSL 무대에 적응이 좀 덜 돼 있어서 일단 스칼렛 선수하고 스페셜 선수를 생각하고 있습니다.
I guess doesn't matter what we say, we're gonna be a 1+1 deal here, so you know, we're gonna go there.
I would be really happy to join Group A. To be honest, today, as long as I avoid Protoss players, I'll be happy. I'd really like to play against Special in the group, so I hope we will go to Group A.
후아 선수가 원앙이 하나 있더라고요.
뭐요?
어제 전태양 선수에게 그 귓말로 자꾸 만약에 오늘 경기 이재선 선수가 올라가면 이재선까지 뽑아서
네.
이렇게 저를 만나면 어떻겠니라고 이렇게 자꾸 압박을 넣는 걸 봤거든요.
그래요?
네, 그러니까 이미 어느 정도 구도를 가지고 있어요.
네.
원하는 구도가.
네. 스칼렛이 먼저.
일단 적으다 보니까 전략의 가짓수가 스페셜 선수보다는 더 적어가지고 그래도 조금 더 쉽게 플레이할 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
To be honest, I kind of expected to be picked first by TY. Normally, as a foreign player, you're not picked till the end because of the power to swap, but this season we have 2 foreigners, so I thought it would be me or Special picked first, and I'm honestly happy to be in Group A.
스칼렛 선수는 여기서 이제 서열 정리해서 스페셜이 가장 쉽다.
We were 1+1 deal already, so I knew it would happen. I use 1 for the love of God that we get Bunny here, please.
저는 A조 너무 가고 싶고 태양이 형도 저를 편해할 것 같고 일단 스페셜이 있기 때문에 꼴등으로 떨어질 일은 없어서 A조로 가고 싶네요.
Gura. Joel, I'm scared.
누구를? 누구 드림? 잠깐만 드림. 여기서 김대엽이야?
근데 이것도 아마 본심이 아닐 수 있어요.
네.
그러니까 이게 전태양 선수 입장에서, 그러니까 제가 원희상 선수
So I had a rule coming here that if I had someone that picked me was in the same team, I would pick him. So TY and Stats in the same team. So if he wants to get rid of Stats, he has to switch with Bunny or someone else.
솔직히 제 입장에 좀 어이가 없는 게 왜 여기서 저를 자극해봤자 좋을 게 없거든요.
네.
근데 지금 태도가 너무 건방져요.
건방져요?
I'm okay. I'm a free mind, freestyle. I thrive in hell. But he has to remember who was the only one that helped him the most during all his time.
전태양 선수가 결정하는 결정의 시간이 좀 돌아왔습니다.
근데 전태양 선수의 마인드로는 프로토스전이 그래도 뭔가 꺼려져요. 만에 하나. 정말 만에 하나.
여기 조지 명식을 하기 전에 모종의 이런 얘기가 있었더라고요.
네.
그래가지고 제가 지금 다른 데로 갈 수도 있을 것 같아가지고.
그래요?
박소 선수한테 마지막으로 물어보고 싶은데 A조에 오고 싶으신가요?
처음에는 대여비가 여기 4등 네 번째로 들어올 것 같아가지고 가고 싶었는데 지금 저도 딱히 뭐 그렇게 꺼려지는 저는 아닌 것 같아서 그냥 본인을 위한 선택을 했으면 좋겠어요.
I mean, it's his choice. At the end of the day, his goal was to have no Protoss. So if he doesn't switch Protoss players, he will have a Protoss player. You could bring Dream or DRG. It's up to you.
아니 정말 화나는 게 아니 아까 왜 김대엽 선수를 뽑았는지 모르겠어요. 테란이나 저거 아무나 뽑았으면은 이런 일이 없었던 거거든요. 제가 오기 전에 생각한 게 일단 제가 원하는 조를 만드는 과정에서 제가 결승까지 올라갈 때 도와줬던 선수들한테 피해를 주지 않는 거였는데 그걸 스페셜 선수가 김대엽 선수를 뽑음으로써 완전히 망해버렸어요.
네. 할 말 없어요?
사랑해.
사랑한대요. 최종 선택은요. 김대엽을 어느 쪽으로 보낼까요? 누구랑 바꿀까요?
소중형?
누구랑 고민하고 있어요. 최종 선택은 누굽니까?
그냥 붙이면 안 쓰는 거죠?
예, 그냥 붙이면 안 쓰는 거예요. 그냥 붙여. 야, 바꿨어요.
여기는 잘한다고 뭐 무섭다고 뽑지 말라고 하더니만 절 이렇게 만장일치로 3명이서 절 데리고 온 거 보면 제가 제일 만만한가 봐요.
원래 오기 전부터 수호 형을 도와주기로 약속이 되어 있었고 그리고 대엽이 형이 그룹 D가 괜찮다고 하셔가지고 뭐 결과적으로 좀 굉장히 미안하게 됐는데 또 도욱이랑 하니까 제가 연습을 많이 도와주면 되는 것 같고 일단 스페셜 선수 때문에 모든 게 꼬였으니까 제가 떨어지더라도 스페셜은 무조건 먼저 떨어뜨리겠습니다.
라운드 16 T1 Scarlet Special DRG
I really like that video.
Tasteless, I gotta tell you what, I didn't feel this way before this, but I am on Team Special right now. Like, I've always wanted him to advance from everything. I've never wanted him to win a group so badly in my life. That was an amazing group nomination.
Yeah.
It's so funny to see. TY was actually pissed.
Yeah, he was legitimately actually mad. Well, you know, him and Special are good friends and play together a lot. So I think he doesn't like being in the awkward position of having to take his own friends out. Special, I don't think he cares. I feel like the part where he said, I love you in Korea after TY was done ranting.
Yeah. My God, so funny.
TY won first place and 2 second places here in GSL Codasses. He did just win Season 1. I'm sure, as you all know, he is the lead analyst caster here for the Korean commentary. He's been casting. How long has he been casting for? Is it like 4 GSLs now? Is it more than that? I'm not sure.
3 or 4.
I think he started in 2018. Anyways, he won, so he's basically done what's never happened ever before, is casting an entire tournament and then winning it. But he's going up against Scarlett. Now, as good as Scarlett is, and she's in great condition right now, I think it's fair to say TY should come out on top. So if Scarlett wins here, it'll be a big upset. But Scarlett's caused plenty of upsets in GSL specifically before.
Oh yeah, no, she knows how to win for sure, and there's no Protoss in her group. You know, that's kind of the race that she doesn't like to play against. Say what you will about the current balance of various matchups, she never really wants to play against Protoss. So to have that, I think she's going to feel all right here. Not sure exactly how this is going to go. I'm definitely leaning towards TY, but Scarlett knows how to win games.
And if Scarlett does win here, it's going to be really difficult then for TY to get out. I mean, this is a tough group. Everybody is very strong. We're going to go to Game 1 now on Golden Wall. This is TY versus Scarlett, the start of the round of 16.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 아프리카 프렉스 TY 전태양. 브레이브스타 게이밍 스칼렛 사샤 호스틴.
All right. Excited to see what these two have planned for the map. Golden Wall. Oh wow, 10-2 on this version.
Wow.
It's quite one-sided, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually thought it would be a little bit closer than that, but let's again remember that Scarlett seems to be able to steal a win in a best of 3 against virtually anybody.
For sure.
So, although when she does usually take those big wins against players that are like, you know, top 3 in the world, it's usually with some pretty aggro, cheesy strat. I don't know that there's the same kind of concepts can be applied here on this map and this matchup.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that because she's kind of known as a macro player, but it's true when she plays some of these important matches, there's always some well-placed aggression that helps her get through.
Yeah.
Always.
She'll spring an attack really early on in one of the 3 games and usually get a win, and then, you know, that's enough of a lead that she can navigate that to an advancement, either 2-0 or 2-1. So, you know, we've actually gotten pretty familiar with this map now. Golden Wall, which has, you know, the upper platform, which is larger, cut in half by a few gold bases, and then a lower, smaller platform. We saw a variety of really interesting, unique plays that were tailored to this map specifically, and it seems like they've gone away a little bit. This map tends to play out more like your standard StarCraft 2 map. They seem to now neglect the lower platform.
Yeah.
It seems like oftentimes, at least in the last few weeks, Zerg seem to want to hold off on taking the gold base right away, because it can be pushed very easily.
Yeah, in this matchup especially, yeah, for sure.
And so we'll see if there's a deviation from that, because, you know, this actually started out with, I think, the most unique games we have had in a long time were on this map. And players seem to have decided that, you know, through all the games that go on Battle.net, all the different stuff that people have tried to do, that this is probably a map you want to be more conservative on both sides. We'll see if that stays consistent here in this series.
Yeah, I think it probably will, unfortunately. It was kind of more fun at the beginning. Golden Wall was giving us some insane different games, but the game's still been good on it, just not really utilizing that cool mechanic of being in the back. Well, see how that goes. TY is actually opened pretty bio-heavy here, going for the second barracks before his tech. So it kind of looks like it might end up being like a 2-on-1. We'll see if a reactor starts on the factory. So, you know, just a quick stim double medevac type of play looks like it's going to be coming out here. Kind of an older type of strat from TY.
Yeah, it's still very usable, though.
Yeah,
in this stage of
it's like one
StarCraft.
of those strats where it's like, yeah, I guess you can kind of always do this, but it's not like popular right now. There were times where this was every game. This is not one of those times.
Yeah, I think when we had Innovation being the most successful player, that's when this was
Beyond
the most
as well.
popular. Oh yeah, Beyond
was
too.
really
That's
good.
true.
This was his bread and butter a lot of the time, other than Reaper rushing.
And I think, frankly, if you're going to be a well-rounded Terran player, this is one of the styles you just have to be able to do. And I think this is smart here from TY. I don't think he wants to give away too much. Let's remember there's 2 Zergs in this group. Both are, you know, very strong and have very different approaches to the matchup. So for all races, you have to have a pretty good variety of strats in your non-mirror matchup. Even in your mirror matchup, if you face off against the same person twice. But yeah.
Now, I want to mention, Scarlett right now is not that high on queens. I believe she's about to hit 5, maybe 6. Well, I guess that is getting to the number that you actually want. You want like 6 or 7 queens against this type of push. So it looks like she's going to get those out. The medevacs fly by. I'm not sure if she saw that. She did have a Ling in range. Yeah, it looks like she's getting ready for it.
They're going to try to... Oh, they're not going to unload over there. It looked like there was going to be maybe an unload over in that blind spot, but instead, TY is going to unload on the outside over here and start trying to wipe out all of the creep. And this is a great dive over here, right on top of the queen. And now you can back up and just continue to put pressure on. So, good little maneuver there by TY, not the most impactful thing.
Yeah, and a couple siege tanks being made here, so there should be a follow-up push. But Scarlet's creep spread looks all right. She does have those 2 evolution chambers up so fast, so she's actually going to be up 2 upgrades for a long time when that finishes. And as long as she doesn't take too much damage before that occurs, I think that this game is going to become actually a little bit tough for TY.
Yeah, this is another good push in here. TY basically doesn't lose anything, cleans up some of the creep, but Scarlet is immediately spamming down more creep tumors.
Yeah.
And look at this.
Well,
this just slips right through that 1 mineral patch.
Kind of a cute maneuver, but Scarlet had already mined this out.
Yeah.
And again, with 1-1 finishing, I mean, 1-1 is incredibly important in a situation like this.
Well, it looks
she
like...
cannot engage it, though, until that's done. And when it is, though, I think she's just going to roll this over.
I think she's going to wipe this out completely.
Yeah, there we go. 1-1 is done, and she's hitting exactly then. The siege tank's going to be surrounded here, at least one of them. But as the creep ends, she's going to pull back. Better safe than sorry.
And it seems like TY is actually going to commit anyways, which I don't know that this will work. We're going to have, I think, another tank and some more Marines merge with this in a minute here. But for now, Scarlet needs to try to hold this position off. Having the second tank would have been very helpful. It looks like there's going to be some more Marines beating up here. I thought there would have been a tank in that group. I was wrong.
It's a very nice micro here from TY, trying to lure Scarlet into the siege tank range. Good targeting there on some Banelings as well. Definitely a very annoying play to deal with, and very, very late Baneling speed.
Yes.
I mean, when Baneling speed finishes, this does get wiped out. But TY is going to have to press that advantage.
One thing to keep in mind as well is that this is the access point to Scarlet's main. So if she loses the main over here, then it's a tech reset. And so really Zerg cannot afford to lose any structures over here, or it's most likely going to be a loss in the game.
Look at this. She's made so many queens at this point. I think that's a really nice move, actually, just for a little bit more tanking, maybe get some medevacs, something like that. Forces the lift off. Those siege tanks, though, are getting insane value right now.
And that third one will be placed down here, sieging up. And you can see how the architecture of the main base and that ramp and everything else here really is abusive to the Zerg. There's no easy way to defend this without absorbing tons of artillery shellings. That just hits you over and over. And once you get close to where you can win the fight, the Terran picks up and moves back out. And this ends up being loss after loss after loss for Zerg unless they can take the tanks out. Unless they can take a fight where they push all the way down. And I think that moment's going to be now. Let's see if Scarlet can pull it off.
The eyes on that one siege tank and does get it, but that was pretty high losses for killing off one siege tank.
Now, while we're watching this, it's important to remember that the northern part of the map is completely free. Well, I guess there'll be one drop over here, but Scarlet can keep mining and growing on that side of the map. So if this push down here fails, Scarlet is going to be very difficult to control for the Terran here.
Yeah, it's getting very scary. There's more medevacs coming, a couple more siege tanks as well. Now, TY is only on 2 bases. That is something that should be noted.
Yeah.
But the worker count is actually higher for TY than Scarlet at the moment.
That is true. Right now, TY has not gotten the win that he needs yet, though. The longer this game goes on, the more likely Zerg will survive this.
Yeah, look at this, just beautifully microed here from TY. Scarlet is trying her best right now. Targeting down medevacs,
yeah,
I
this
do
is
like
exactly
that.
what she needs to do, is to target down the medevacs, and they can't pick up, they have to run. Looks like, oh, I thought she was going to go on that one tank, but I guess a wise decision to try to back off. All these medevacs, by the way, are almost out of energy. And here we go. This is where push comes to shove. TY is gunning down the layer here. If this layer goes down, it's a nightmare here for the Zerg. So she has, about 10 to 15 more seconds to figure out if she's going to sack it or try to take a fight here. It's getting lower. I don't see any movement here from Scarlet.
We need a transfuse at least. I think she's waiting for these mutas at the moment. She's actually remaking her tech, so I think she's going to give up this main base.
Yeah, the layer does go down.
There was a little bit of a counterattack, and she actually ended up killing 17 SCVs, but TY didn't actually need those SCVs, so that looks better than it is.
The Spire is also in the main base. That's the other most important structure.
Oh, is the Spire in the main?
Yeah, it's in the main.
Oh,
it's
no.
It's to the left of the spawning pool.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Yeah. And this just seems like a really poor attack by Scarlet. I think that if there was an opportunity to counterattack, she may have squandered it by attacking in too early.
Maybe, yeah. It's too bad. She's actually down in army supply right now, which is kind of brutal, and she's up 2 upgrades. So
okay, well, this might actually work out because the Marines are up inside the medevacs. Nothing can really cover these tanks, so that one tank does go down. The Marines being dropped on the other side is a smart move, but this push is continuing to bulldoze everything that Scarlet has infrastructurally.
Well, it looks like the main base and the natural now belongs to TY. Scarlet is denying some of the mining over here, but I don't think there's much left to this.
Yeah, this is quite a crazy game. I mean, Scarlet has now lost her main and her natural. Scarlet's getting Benjamin Button to this game. This is like one of the more odd ways to see a Zerg lose, but it is a possible way if you can get a Terran that gets access into the main.
Well, I gotta say, we were kind of complaining no one was using those back paths on this map, but now TY shows us otherwise, right?
Yeah.
We finally see something kind of interesting in that regard. But hold on, Scarlet's doing some counterattacks here.
This is getting really interesting. Okay, the Banes are going to get in here and connect. TY too preoccupied to even pull away, which knocks him to 11 workers.
And more Banes rolling in right now.
Okay, so hold up. Scarlet, I think, can actually still win this if she can stop any push. By the way, TY is actually pulling everything away besides these Liberators.
Well, those Liberators in a ridiculously strong spot. Do we have any mutas left to clear those out?
I don't think so. I think all the mutas are gone.
Yeah, I think
there's maybe 1 or 2 or something like that, but not enough where it matters. You need to have a large amount of mutas for them to have any impact.
Yeah. Oh, some brutal stuff going on here. A Spore is being made, so she will eventually push this all back. The Queen's walking up. This is a crazy, crazy game right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is exactly not what needed to happen.
Yeah, that was, the Banelings, every one, especially in a game that's gotten this extreme, is very precious. And so to waste, I think that was like 7 or 8 Banelings.
Yeah, easily. Wow. Well,
now, even though the worker count for TY is shockingly low, let's remember there are mules mining on gold minerals.
it's always funny to see.
Yeah. But also, Scarlet's tech right now is vastly limited.
Yeah.
It is just Lings and Banes.
Yeah. Does she have a layer again?
Oh, I actually didn't look. I hope she does, but for the time being, all she can really do is try to have too many Zerglings at any point in time, along with the Banelings, of course, and just try to make Terran, make it an impossibility to hit any locations.
Yeah.
Now, Terran's going to mine up the gold. Let's also remember that the gold base does mine out pretty quickly.
Well, especially with mules there. I mean, that's going to be gone in no time flat.
And TY has mostly been on 2 bases for this game. So TY, even though he's low on workers, may end up mining out in his position at an unusually quick rate for what we're seeing.
That is really possible.
It's a real prospect in this game.
Let's not forget, though, TY has the very cost-efficient units, right? 9 medevacs are out and 6 siege tanks. Sure, Scarlet has 9 queens, but, I mean, over time, these are not going to scale as well against this. And it's like TY has a lot of options to fly around, to harass, to entrench a position, whereas Scarlet's just running around with Ling Bane.
Yeah. Every medevac, by the way, also very important here. You lose one of these medevacs to queens, you're going to be way, way, way behind. 33 workers for TY. TY starting to catch up. Looks like this is, oh my god, just barely not going to connect with those drones, by the way.
Good transfusions. All right, a counterattack coming out from Scarlet here. Lings all over the place.
Oh my god!
Can she actually deny this upgrade?
I think it's barely going to finish.
Denied.
No! That's huge. Upgrades in a game like this, where everything has gotten so scrappy. I mean, imagine how much more sustain you have in a fight with those armor upgrades.
It had 0.2 seconds left when it got killed.
So crazy.
Now, if it had 1.1 second left, I would have forgiven you for not knowing that wasn't going to finish Tasteless, but you're basically a fraud.
Someone's going to clip that, put it up on the internet, and they're going to realize
How did he not know?
I can't be a caster. That's when they call me upstairs to the office, and I got to throw my caster badge on the table. Take my badge, and you know what? Take my gun, too. It was a tough decision I had to make when I was play-by-play in that. Okay, hold on. We got a push coming in here right at the top, and this is enough Banes.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh,
depending
no.
on
Oh, no.
That was like the greatest Widow Mine hit ever.
Yeah.
That hit so many Banelings.
That was one of those moments before disaster where you know what's about to happen. You saw her turn the Banes around, and it was like, it doesn't matter what you do with those Banes,
Yeah.
Scarlet. Unless you're a 2,000 APM bot, you are losing Banelings.
So let's remember, for people who just now tuned in, Scarlet spawns in the bottom left. It's a one-on-one map, but she lost her main and her natural, and she's been pushed into this upper left location. Terran is going to mine out the gold if it's not almost mined out already. It will be soon. And there's a fresh base being taken in the upper right, but oh my god.
Oh,
wow.
Some serious damage with these Widow Mine drops. Really love this type of play. And I like that Scarlet's actually going into Hydras from here. I think that's actually a very good choice. That's going to add a lot of sustained damage to her army.
Yeah, she wants to not just obliterate a position, but then have more damage still being dealt after the fight's done. A lot of times, you know, the Banelings connect, and you have to see, okay, how many more Lings are actually left? Can they win the fight? But Hydras do a lot more damage, at a very much quicker rate.
Yeah. Of course, they aren't going to have any attack upgrades, but don't forget that +2 actually got canceled, so that's kind of a big deal for the Hydras specifically.
Right.
Right, because they do have that quick rate of fire, and they don't have those attack upgrades right now.
Oh, is this Spore going to get over here? Yeah, 2 Lings will come in here and clean up this last Widow Mine.
Interesting to see, like, this is a great game and a very interesting one because of the map, which is what we've been hoping to see here once again.
Yeah, and I know, you know, before this game started, we said most people played standard, and they have.
They have been.
In the last few weeks, but this is a game that really exemplifies why a map like this can be so exciting to have.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, Scarlet put in a really tough spot, and she is handling it.
Oh, she's doing great right now. Like,
yeah.
I feel like she has definitely gotten herself back into it. The economy is still very low for her. But Lingbane Hydra on creep can be pretty darn hard to actually clear out. Like, I still think TY's probably got it, but Scarlet's given herself a very good fighting chance, I would say, considering how bad this was at the beginning.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I think she's done a really good job. One thing I also got to point out is that the gold base for Scarlet was never taken. That's a hard location to have in a game where, you know, that's quite close to where the Terran is. But if she can actually take that and secure it, she'll have quite a bit of momentum. I mean, the gold base for Terran is basically mined out.
That was the funniest spine in the whole world, by the way.
Yeah.
That's like burying a stick in the ground to stop bears from getting you. It's like, what?
Now is where things get even cooler. The lower platform is finally playing a role economically. Terran's going to expand down here. Now look at how removed this position that we just saw on camera was from Scarlet's position.
Yeah.
What a headache it will be to actually get down there and do damage. You'll never get creep down there or even close to that position.
Now that is for certain. If creep gets down to there, Tasteless, this is gonna be the greatest game of all time. Because like that just doesn't even make sense. But yeah, it's tough. Like Scarlet has a bunch of bases on the top, but TY is continuing to grow. And Scarlet doesn't have an army you can just attack with. I think that's a big part of the problem. She has an army that is going to be very good at defending on creep, but like you can't just bring this to the top right to attack.
I think give it some more time, she will have that army, but yeah, right now she doesn't. And this attack up here, again, an exploit from the fact that the main was destroyed earlier. This is a great position to launch an attack from because, I mean, how on earth is Zerg ever going to fight up the ramp and win this in any kind of cost-efficient manner? Not going to happen.
Yeah, just give up the space, to be honest.
I agree, sack it.
Yeah, I think it needs to be sacked. She is fighting. I guess she's just waiting and bringing her Hydras up here and seeing what can be done. The Hydras, of course, are going to deal with this pretty well.
Okay, I think she actually is going to just fight her way up here. Well, you know, Hydras are not that great against tanks.
Well, trying to go up that ramp, too, is no good. Ugh. Oh, my God. Some not so good connections there. A lot of damage being dealt to Scarlet, absolutely all over the place. We might be getting to the end now.
Yeah, I think we're really starting to see stuff fall apart right now. But hold on, Scarlet's going to try to fight back over here. I think there might be too many Marines. There are GG, TY takes game 1, but that was one of the most exciting games they've had in this entire season.
Yeah, that was a really interesting game. Scarlett took a lot of damage from that initial push. TY coming with a very good prepared strategy. And Scarlett even, it felt like she knew what was coming in a lot of ways, but her bailing speed was a bit slow. She was having a hard time clearing it before more tanks came. So a tough one, but that game, I mean, that's a Golden Wall game. You're not going to see anything that looks like that.
Golden Game.
Golden Game. Wall.
Well, we're going to go to Death Aura, or Death Aura, for game 2.
Death Wall.
Death Wall. Golden Aura. Let's see if Scarlet can come back here and take a win. If not, TY moves on to the winner's match, taking this 2-0. Again, both players, though, looking really strong. Really, really strong in that game.
Yeah.
And our game has just now loaded up. This is game 2 of TY versus Scarlet.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 아프리카 프렉스 TY 전태양. 브레이브스타 게이밍 스칼렛 사샤 호스틴.
So, with Scarlet going into game 2, do you think, we were mentioning this earlier, that she does occasionally do a really aggressive strat? Do you think we're going to have that here? Or is she just going to try to do another macro game?
Honestly, I think it's kind of hard to cheese out Terran. They have to have done a build that plays into the cheese, in my opinion. Like, if you choose, if you choose to do some sort of like roach attack, roach ravager, right?
Yeah.
If they have gone 3 command, which you can't know when you decide to do the build, yeah, you might get them, right? Now, if they have teched up, suddenly you're really far behind,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to see a cheese, honestly. It's just, yeah. I've said all I'm going to say about it, tasteless.
I never noticed there's a giant mammoth skull on this map.
Is there?
Yeah. It's around the quiculas, or whatever we call them.
Oh.
The wubulas.
I'm sure that's not just a mirror, tasteless.
Look at it. Sometimes, this is one of the things that bothers me about StarCraft is you'll see the skeleton of some animal that is way bigger than any unit in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just imagine if they could have gotten a hold of that unit.
What if it just costs too much supply? It's just like not that good.
It's like 12 supply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still better than the Void Ray.
Yeah. The thing is, it's just an animal. It doesn't have any spells or any abilities.
Yeah. It's actually an herbivore.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
such a waste.
I'll try to point out the mammoth skull or elephant skull or whatever it is next time. But just imagine if Terrence could domesticate that and then ride on it. Imagine 25 Marines on the back of that elephant.
Wow.
Stimming.
Wow, that would be something
Yeah.
else. Huh.
Baneling's just all crashing into that elephant. It's so
Yeah,
sad.
thanks.
It's so sad it wasn't born with thumbs and can't just get out of this situation. These humans just came and started putting saddles on my back, and the next thing I know,
Oh,
I'm
I just
a
saw
car.
Mammoth Skull. There's one there, too.
Oh, is there another one?
Yeah.
There was this whole map, apparently there were giant mammoths, the size of maybe 6 planetaries.
Oh, there was one that big? I saw a small Mammoth Skull.
Oh, it was one of the babies.
Well, it has big horns, like big tusks, rather.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's like a baby, right? Because babies don't have big tusks. So it was just like
Yeah,
a different type.
Thank you, Space Mammoth Expert. Looks like
Doctor
Space Mammoth Expert. Yeah, there's the other. There's a little one.
See,
yeah.
see?
Isn't it weird we don't notice that for a long time, and then suddenly you realize, yeah, they were making the map, and the map maker thought, yeah, this is what was here before, before war started.
Thing is, they're still quite white, and they haven't been buried. So those things died recently, Tasteless, but
Yeah,
where did the flesh all go so quickly?
that's a good question.
That's my
too.
question, yeah. Shouldn't there be some bugs around them?
Maybe they are. Maybe they're in the swamp right now.
See, they should have called Dr. Space Mammoth Expert. And I would have let him know why the map is flawed. What story are you trying to tell here?
Now we have a Spire coming here.
Ooh,
This
it's
is
the
Scarlet on
two-base Spire
two-base.
build.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is cool.
We saw this really recently, and it was such an interesting game. Was it Ragnarok that did this in the last round?
I think you're right.
I believe it was, but it was such a cool game because it relied, and it was actually on Golden Wall, and it relied on the Mewtwo's actually getting a lot done and like flying across the map and harassing. The 1/1 upgrades just come a lot later with this, and obviously your economy's a little bit smaller, a little bit slower. Like, look, the third base just started for Scarlet, so this is interesting and cool. There is Baneling speed on the way, which makes up for the lack
There
of
it is.
upgrades.
See the
in
giant
a lot of
one?
ways.
Look at that.
Oh wow, yeah,
That's
that
a
is a big one.
giant skull.
Oh my gosh. Everything just growing
Imagine
around
infested that thing.
it.
Yeah. Imagine how big the egg on that is going to have to be when it bursts out.
That would be amazing.
Okay, a drop comes in over here. This is going to be pretty easily deflected, it looks like.
Or is it?
Or is it? Well, this is going to be a pretty good surround
Yeah,
here.
that's an excellent surround.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was great targeting,
Yeah,
though.
very well handled. It was.
Wow, they're just good.
So now the Mutas are going to come out. Now remember, this was on 2 bases, so this is a pretty quick time to get Mutalisks. I mean, we just saw the first 2 Medivacs come out and try to put some pressure on, and once that was pushed away, the Mutas hatched.
Dude, that,
So from here, I don't think you can do much Medivac play unless you know you're going to win the fight.
yeah, you shouldn't be able to. Most likely, you're right. But I do have to mention that Mammoth once again. That thing is so big that
It is so
splash
big.
damage, if Splash hits it, like, none of the splash comes off it.
Yeah.
Screw Ultras, man. We need a Mammoth.
Yeah. It's
Oh.
what,
that's
okay, all right.
hilarious.
All right, pause the game. You're both disqualified. The Mutas are going to try to put some pressure on in over here. I can't believe they both missed that. And
TY trying to catch those Mutas now.
yeah.
Ooh.
Not bad. TY has cleared up the center of the map. He wants to have a pretty quick push point.
All right, some Lings and Banes coming down, but definitely can't fight right there.
Good scan. Just trying to see exactly how much is here.
Ah!
Got to be careful at this point.
Oh, she just needs a couple more connecting, but can't quite get it.
Oh.
Gets one of the Medivacs, but a lot of Ling Bane does go down.
And TY continues to push. Inching in here, getting closer and closer. We have some more Banes being made. Are we going to have a siege up over here on creep? I mean, you could get rid of this creep, but it's going to be a little bit. That should be enough time if the Banes are ready to come in here and try to attack. But if Scarlet can't take this fight, she may end up losing this game.
Yeah, definitely has to get a few good connections here. Some of the Marines going down, but a beautiful arc there by TY.
I think TY might have just won this game. GG.
Ouch.
Yeah.
You know, that 2-hatchery Mutalisk play is very, very interesting. I wonder if it's gonna stick around, though, because we haven't really... I mean, we saw it fought with reasonably well before, but do you think there's something to it?
I'm not sure. It does seem like Terran, if they just macro up, they have enough, right?
Yeah, it feels like critical mass is very scary.
It seemed like she was a little bit too eager to take a fight early, and I think probably in a lot of her games she wins that fight, but then she took a fight off creep, and then from there it looked like it was a 1-2 punch victory for TY. He just regathered his troops and came in there, and once you're sieged up on that third base, which was kind of late, that's GG. We have a short break, then another TVZ special versus DRG. Don't go away.
You ready to take off? I can't wait for you now that I feel it. I gotta dance to the beat that I'm hearing. You
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준. LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 됐어.
미안해 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 켜놓는데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Get it, boy.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
라운드 오브 16 TY 스칼렛 스페셜 DRG 아프리카 TV 프리거 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S 더 커밍 스토어.
Oh, great. We got spy music playing.
Excellent. All right.
Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to move to the round of 8 in GSL Code S.
I accept. Like, you're not good enough.
This cast will self-destruct in 3 minutes.
This cast self-destructed about 7 years ago. All right.
So we're going to have another Terran vs. Cirque. By the way, we might have only Terran vs. Cirque today.
Oh, I hope not.
We might just have it all Starship Troopers today.
No. For this group to be perfect, we need Juan to win here.
And then beat TY.
And then beat TY.
Top 10
TY
anime
was
betrayals.
so angry at his friend choosing a Protoss. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
Tasteless, I can't even think of what you would have to do to me to make me that angry as he was at special choosing a Protoss. It's like...
I feel like we got some special insight into TY in that moment, like for how angry he was. Like we're like, we are filming this, you know?
All Terrans are the same, man.
Yeah.
Just every Terran is so pissed at Protoss all the time. It doesn't even matter that no Protosses are beating Terrans right now. It doesn't even matter.
DRG, who I feel like we've talked about the least, which is almost criminal, but look, this group is so crazy. DRG, at a very specific point in time, was the best Zerg in Korea.
In the world,
this guy,
Tasteless.
in the world, in the universe. But he's back. He looks good. He was on a 6. It's been 6 years since he's been in a round of 16 at GSL. He did his mandatory military service. He looks good. We need to see if he can keep it going, because right now he's against some of the best modern players here in 2020. Isochrome from map 1, and it's just now loaded up. Special vs. DRG starts now.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Whoa, good special!
Whoa,
this is
good
chaos!
headset special!
Put your headset on the game started!
Luckily for him, we only have 2-player maps, so it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter
yeah.
that much. If this was Brood War, though, it's like, ah!
Pause the game!
스페셜
Give him a yellow
구원
card.
로페스.
There he is, the Protoss picker himself.
아프리카 프렉스 DRG 박수호.
You know, Special has got something to learn here, Tasteless. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, and you can pick your friend's nose, but you can't pick Protoss.
Yeah, that's true. Do not pick Protoss. So there's been not that many games with these two, as you can see here on our bottom graphic.
Game
Oh, get your headset on!
Maybe his headset fell off.
Yeah. And there we go. We're getting a shot of Special right now. I like the way he moves his hair away from his glasses.
Yeah. It's a great way to do it.
I think we're going to go right back into this game.
Normally, to get my hair away from my glasses, I just put on a blow dryer and like aim it, like I prop it up on my monitor, you know? It's like I'm in a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Very, very hot wind tunnel. My eyes get quite dry.
It's been hot lately, by the way, man.
Has it been?
Yes.
Damn.
It has been so hot in Seoul.
Yeah, I've been inside a lot the last few days.
I've been streaming, but the way my living room is set up, like the air conditioner is not pointed at me at the computer. You know, for good reason. I don't want to like get that much cold air on me. But then, because I have a green screen up behind me, like none of the cold air gets on me. So by the time I'm done streaming for a couple hours, I'm totally sweaty and gross and need to shower.
Yeah, that happens to me unless I have the AC on the whole time, basically. But you got to pre-chill the room.
Yes. Even then, though, my window faces the sun, so the heat comes in pretty fast.
You put a shade on there?
I have curtains that I use to close it off, but then my room just becomes really, really hot. It just traps all the heat.
You should put some tin foil on those windows.
Yeah. Well, I do that usually to keep aliens from communicating with my apartment, but yeah. But I haven't thought about that for weather.
Yeah. It's good for both.
Yeah. Normally it's just so the government doesn't know what I'm thinking, but
yeah. But in this case, the government and the sun are on the same team, and they can both be stopped with tinfoil.
And they both know the Earth is flat.
Well, of course. They would be the ones that do know.
Yeah. Now, for these two, I actually don't know how DRG will fare against Special when it comes to Special's pushes.
Yeah.
DRG really revolutionized Zerg, especially in Heart of the Swarm, by sitting on layer tech for a really long period of time. And basically taking fight after fight after fight. It was a kind of an odd way to play Zerg, but it turned out to work really well. I think most RTS games, you tend to think of it as something where you're both trying to have opportunities to win while following the course of development. And, you know, of course, there are all-ins and timing attacks. But, you know, generally speaking, if you're talking about somebody who's going to play, you know, a textbook standard way to play the game, you're just trying to continue to get ahead and punish in the process. But, you know, looking at, you know, the games that we have here with these two, you know, DRG was the player that said, no, we're actually going to sit and just wait until we get ahead by winning several fights. I don't know how applicable that is now, but I know that when DRG came back and we saw some of his games in this season, he looked like the old DRG.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that he has modernized some, but it is cool to see these players come back with their same type of style overall. Now, this is a BC opener here with 3 commands from Special, so he's doing a lot of things at once here.
Yeah,
DRG, pretty normal play so far.
This is not the safest build here from Special, but look, if Special can come out and really hit a few different locations and have his bases covered, I think this is one of these builds where if you pull off the early part of the game, the later part of the game is pretty easy to close.
Sure. And it seems like he's going to pull it off without a hitch, right?
Yeah.
There's no real aggression coming, just some lings being made, the Hellions running around, cleaning some up, trying to keep the creep back a little bit. And he's going to be landing that 3rd command center very, very, very quickly. And it looks like Special's going to be going into mech as well, which is kind of exciting to see. I think Special is a very good mech player in this matchup.
Okay, these Hellions really did not pay for themselves. I mean, we have, what, 3 drones killed here, and that's it.
3 drones, and, I mean, some amount of lings. He killed a decent amount of lings, I would say.
Sure, but, you know, with the way that Special's playing this, I wonder if that was the best decision to make. By the way, he's going to go mech behind this here, too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Special's mech is very, very good. And I'm kind of excited to see that as well. I feel like DRG would have a harder time against that. Mech has changed a lot, and in fact, it wasn't... I mean, Mech has existed since the beginning, but it's very different nowadays, so it might be something that he doesn't have quite as much practice against. Now, here comes the first BC. It's going to clean up that Overlord that took a lot of damage before, but where is it going to jump? How much damage is it actually going to get? It looks like he's actually just going to send it across and then jump home, which I think is a fine choice.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can get the optimal amount of damage and then make sure you get out safely. The BC is very strong because it can roam and still do damage. And so it's a real headache for the Zerg here. And as long as you don't lose it, I mean, I've said it a million times before, but I mean, you're just getting insane amounts of value.
Now, it looks like he's only going to go for 1 BC, which I actually quite like.
Yeah, we've seen people go for 3 or just keep going for BCs, but this time around, and I guess now we know that 1 BC can just shoot down a hatch. It just doesn't make fast enough.
That's for sure.
Which is going to delay the 4th.
Yeah, but the fact that he's only going for 1 BC means if DRG does something with this Spire, such as going into Corruptors, that's going to be actually a very weak play. Now, is it going to be Corruptors? Is it going to be Mutas? We've seen some players trying Mutas against BC openers, but it's only a single BC, right? So you can get into Thors, you can get into Cyclones, whatever you need, reasonably quickly here.
Okay, more roaches have been made. Seems like DRG is just going to sit back and macro up. He just wants to have enough to hold off any initial push. Now, we don't know that DRG doesn't know that Special's going mech, right? I guess seeing a lot of these Hellions, it can hint to it.
I think he knows. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if he saw the factories. I don't think he technically saw the factories, but Special, you're going to study your opponent before you come in. And, you've seen enough Hellions. You've seen the BC out there. I think he's got a good idea of it, And oh, see, this is the Corruptor play.
Yeah, 8 Corruptors coming here.
Yeah, and this is actually like a very good way to play against a more BC heavy style, but against the singular BC, I don't think that this is very good.
Yeah, you're almost investing too much into Corruptors that don't have any functionality after they kill the BC. I mean, yeah, I know you can do damage to buildings with them, but
that's it.
That's it, and I don't think Terran's going to let that happen.
No, there's plenty of, like, if you've spent a ton of money and you have 3 BCs right now, suddenly this attack, this high econ Roach Corruptor, sometimes can bowl you over. But there's a good amount of siege tanks. There's Cyclones out. I mean, I guess the Liberators can be cleared. But overall, those Corruptors, I don't find them valuable this game, really. They're like the weakest thing you could really have right now,
Yeah.
I think Special's probably pretty happy those are attacking his barracks.
It's funny because it really is such a balancing act. When you're attacking, to have the right types of units at all times, and if you can throw somebody off on that, and in this case, I mean, I do think, what was it, like 10 Corruptors or something, 11? That might be too much. Oh, maybe it's much less than that. I'm sorry, 8. I'm like 15, 20, who knows?
He's maxed on Corruptors without upgrades like Sue. All right, so see, I mean, the Cyclones come in, they're pegging away at things. He's got plenty of siege tanks back here. DRG's attack is just, it's nothing.
This is not going to work.
No. Special's like just gaining value.
Yeah, it's funny to watch this army move around the map and try to do damage because it just doesn't seem like there's anywhere that you can easily get in. Siege tanks are one of the best things ever in StarCraft because they basically always get to fire first. Which means, if you get the first shot off, damage is going to be pulling in your direction, favoring you mostly if you're, even if you're fairly even. And so we see the Roaches and the Ravagers coming in here now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go so well. Like, let's see what these Biles do. He does hit a few really reasonable Biles right there. More Lings coming up right now. Jumps his BC over,
this
but
is a planetary
everything's just killed, man.
Yeah, this is just, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just not going to work.
Well, he was countering something that doesn't exist, right? Like, he bought all the anti-Yeti gear, but Yetis aren't real.
Yeah.
So suddenly he's in the hole for all his anti-Yeti gear, and it all died to siege tanks.
Yeah, he got ghost insurance.
Yeah, he got ghost insurance.
And so,
except ghosts are actually real.
Ghosts are
don't
real,
joke about that.
Yeah.
That's really messed up. Some souls just can't rest tasteless. God, you're so insensitive. It's actually messed up.
Not until their murders are solved.
Yeah.
But by the way, there's non-stop mutas being made here.
Yeah, that is a lot of mutas.
And I'm wondering if this actually could end up being really good for DRG, where we see tanks coming. There are Thors being made, but, you know, when, or I should say, where are they going to be?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a little bit of a desperation tactic. Plus 2 Thors are going to have something to say about this. There's plenty of missile turrets out. More are being made, but it looks like they'll get in before that. Looks like the Muta's going to start targeting down some siege tanks. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, almost enough Mutas to one-shot tanks, too, here.
Where
Now,
those Thors at?
does this allow the Lings to then just come in here and destroy that third base? I guess so. You can see there's no way for the ground army to get in there and defend, because if the ground army does come in there and try to help out, suddenly these Mutas are going to be a problem. Now, here's the first Thor that's been made.
Dude,
but look at this.
planetary.
He's going to get the planetary. Suddenly, Special's going to be on 2 bases here. Yeah, that is actually so funny.
Wow.
What an odd game.
Special smashes everything, and then out of nowhere, 30 Mutas, what's up, you're dead. Oops.
Okay, so there's a lot to what we saw there. Like, it didn't look good with the Ravagers and Roaches, but then the follow-up, there was so much free supply, and it was like insta 30 Mutas.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, good on DRG. Special got caught off guard there. I feel like Special outplayed DRG strategically that game every step of the way until the Mutas appeared, apparently.
I agree.
Obviously, you know. But DRG definitely made a poor read there. He made a poor attack. If the Mutas had been defended reasonably at all, I think that the game is not too hard for Special.
Yeah, but you don't oftentimes see a tech switch that is so strong that it wins the game about 20 seconds into it appearing. Like, that was pretty crazy. I don't know. What an odd game. We're going to go to Deathera for Game 2 Special versus DRG. The winner goes on to face off against TY.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Dun 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 dun.
Oh my. Not as sure about this one.
Especial. No player intro this time. This SCV is here for one thing.
This is really far away.
Yeah.
So is it going to be 3 or is it going to be
3?
Okay. Because we did see that 4 proxy barracks before, which was pretty terrible. This is 3.
Is he going to make that one more to the right? Why would he put it over there?
No idea. Maybe so you think it's 2 and you're because you're
Oh,
overlord
yeah.
peak.
Yeah. I think you nailed it.
Cheese tastes. Why don't you just share vision with your opponent?
So there is an overlord. It will spot the barracks. So if G.I. Joe was right and knowing is half the battle, DRG is halfway there.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Or is he the other direction? Like,
yeah, no.
He thinks he knows, but he doesn't. That's the worst.
The overlord turned away. And so this is going to happen really fast. Now, DRG just now has vision of the SCVs. 2 of them should be enough to telegraph what's coming next. The first bunker comes down. You make 2 bunkers like a wall here? Is that how this works?
Well, we've definitely seen that in the past, but no, it looks like he's going to use this couple SCVs to help micro a little bit. Ooh, I like the drone flank idea. Doesn't quite work out. Loses a drone right there. The drones, not sure where they're going. They're going to go find another base that's not under attack.
He's going to try to intercept.
Oh,
good catch.
Yeah, that was good.
But the bunker finishes. The second bunker's on the way. And so the drones can get in between the reconnaissance.
Revenge of the drones here. My God.
Okay, I think this base is going to go down.
Oh, gets one of the SCVs.
Yeah, well, I guess there's no way to repair here, right? So, oh my God, Special.
Yeah, really important. Does come up with 3 more from behind here. Oh, he's not going to be able to repair that one.
The thing
but
is,
he's killing off most everything.
It's going to finish literally perfectly in time to run into the next bunker.
If he does it.
He micros it, but he did not. But that's okay.
Look at this, 11 drones left right now for DRG. Now that is not in range of the bunker.
Of the hatchery, yeah.
Well, you could say it either way.
Yeah, potato. So the problem now is that Zerg is low enough on drones and is kind of being forced to keep making lings. And the only thing that is going to help the Terran out here in this position is the fact that the Queen has a little bit more range than the Marines. Now the SCV was picked off, and that's it. GG. DRG just taps out. Right. Special wins.
I tell you, the win rate of 2/3 racks is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen the strategy lose.
I call that strategy 2, and then in parentheses next to it 3 racks.
Just do it, GSL.
Just do it. Yeah, we had to cover up the actual logo.
I hope Nike sues us and we lose our jobs.
This always happens. Special who shows up with some shirt we can't put on camera. We have to put
every
tape
time.
Up every time.
Sometimes a hat as well.
Yeah. We got to get tape and cover up the logo. Pillars of gold. They were made from golden wall.
Oh.
What is this music playing? We're at the start of an 80s high school.
Oh, yeah, I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Leather jackets for sure.
That's right. Lots of baggy pants with shirts tucked into them.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Oh my God.
Is this how you want to be remembered?
Have you no shame?
So is this a 2 SCV or a 3 SCV? It's a 2 SCV.
Look, now watch, the Overlord's moving out.
You never know, though.
Yeah, he might.
Where is he
going to
go with that Overlord?
There is something to this, though, doing
2 in a row.
2 in a row where it's like, can you imagine being DRG and you lose and you're like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I play this game.
Tasteless?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I can't imagine that feeling.
It's happened to everybody, man.
Yes.
You lose to some strategy, you're like,
why do I
don't even know.
Even play this? Why is this my life?
Oh my God.
I could have been a dentist.
I could have been a dentist, yeah. I'm sure that's something we all could have relate to. I could have been a dentist.
Then your Raxes get spotted, and you don't even know.
Yeah. And then Special, of course, is in his booth just saying the same thing. I could have been a dentist.
Yeah. We all could have been dentists.
We could have.
We could all just meet up once a year in Vegas for our dentist convention, you know?
That's right.
It'd be a great time.
Yeah. Tell great dentist stories.
Yeah. By the way, this placement allows a Marine to pop out in the back. That's really nice. But how much can you do with this?
I'm actually not sure. I feel like
this will not break him. This will not break him. Oh, here come the drones again. You thought they were gone. They're back. There they are again, Tasteless. Oh my God, it's so funny.
So I mean,
it's
keep
just
in mind,
this,
you know, he's
this
not
stupid
mining.
Flock of drones.
They're not mining while they're out here. So it's you know, the rush is being held in one sense, but the economic sacrifice here is pretty big. One drone is shot down.
Dude, there's like 12 lings out here in a second.
Okay, but you know, these drone snipes.
Yeah, and then the lings come through the smoke for the flank.
Oh, good control here by DRG. Just making sure he can get in front here. And I think
good
this
micro on
just
both
snowballs
sides.
here. Yeah, this is just too much damage.
Well, he is making a factory at home, so the game's not over. And I love this. Look at this micro maneuver going to the back here. If his Marines popped out just a little bit quicker, can do pretty well with that. But, like, as we know from Maru, right, this is not the end of anything. This is just the beginning of a macro game.
That's actually what he wanted to have happen, was to not have the rush work, and then he goes to a macro game.
He wants to show that he can win macro, too. I'm like, well, dude, it was double proxy racks to start.
Okay, so you can see Terran has sealed off the entrance in time. And so these lings are going to back off.
Oh, that's... Yeah. You know what would be really funny, though, if he didn't have any Marines on the map and he builds a Widow Mine to try to deal with the lings? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
You'd build that and you'd burrow it and they'd move 2 of the lings back.
Yeah.
You'd be like, why am I so stupid? Like, why did I think that was the unit I needed?
Instead of a Hellion or something.
The slowest shooting unit in the whole game.
So the third base now is going to be taken here for DRG. There it is. And Terran is going to be getting their first expansion up here.
Medevac on the way.
Yes. Worker count is in the lead here for DRG, but Terran's not that far behind.
No, it's not as bad as it could be. Roach Warren is on the way. You know, I kind of, in a way, like this medevac, even though this is kind of a wonky, weird-looking thing that we're going to see. It's going to be like maybe a Hellion or 2 and then some Marines in a medevac, but it should give him some intel, which I think is really important. Oh, he actually did end up making a mine there as well. But, you know, you can kind of figure out what your opponent's up to, like when he sees the Roach Warren, for instance, right? Maybe you can get a Banshee out or get a Siege Tank, something like that. Because otherwise, you know, you can be in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so the drop is, looks like it's going to be pointed towards the main.
7 roaches on the way. A little bit scary, but they're going to have to deal with this first.
Yeah, so far good control here by Special. Does burrow the mine. Whoa, that's pretty crazy.
Didn't see that coming.
Well, I don't know about this, though. Is he going to get that queen?
Oh, he's busy microing elsewhere. Yeah, ran a Hellion in there, too. Kills 4 drones. That's how I feel about that. Oh, he got the queen!
Yeah, queen does go down here. Doesn't seem like this is going to be doing that much. But let's see. He's getting close to where the drones are now. Got more lings being made. He needs to get this medevac out, though. It's very low on HP. What's actually back to defend? There's a bunker being made.
Yeah, a siege tank is on the way.
Sort of a wall in.
And I guess until you... Like, yeah, the siege tank's going to be popping out around the time the Ravagers are.
It's
so
3 Ravager shots to pick off a siege tank. So, you know, if you don't have a lot of siege tanks, you could absolutely end up losing this position.
But the tank can go just out of range of these Ravagers, and there's only 2 there, so...
It would be incredibly helpful if he was able to kill this off, but he does not. The attack upgrade is saved as Special propels himself into a good upgrade position as we're going to go into mid-game in a little bit here.
Yeah, not so bad. Like, DRG is just now shooting up to 50 workers, right?
So, reminder, guys, again, the winner faces TY, the loser faces Scarlett, so it's going to be hard for both players no matter what. This is a very tough group.
I think if you're on Team Foreigner, you need Special to win here. Scarlett's ZVZ is really, really killer.
I think so, yeah.
So I think that's probably the best chance that we get right there.
I think it's like a 90% chance that TY just advances here.
And we need the TY Special grudge match, though.
We need that. So DRG's dialed it back quite a bit, and I think that's the right decision. He's made a lot more drones. He's up to 57 workers. There's 8 more about to hatch. Special is reintroducing Harass over here, but you got to be careful. Like, this medevac is going to go down.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Oh my god! Oh! Too much.
My heart can't take it.
No, 10 health
And he
left.
lost that.
Like, what the heck? What was he doing?
He's mad, Artosis. There's going to be the 4th base taken. That Terran's still powering up. We will have the 3rd base. Ooh, good catch. Can he get that?
Oh, some nice micro here, picking off a couple Ravagers. That better be the high health medevac.
Now, the push, is he going to push or is he just going to take a 3rd?
Well, DRG, the amount of roaches he's making, I think he's going to do that massive attack that we see occasionally.
Yeah,
it's like kind of old meta. We don't see it that much anymore.
Yeah.
But just like a lot of roaches and then forcing liftoff on the 3rd. Sometimes you kill your opponent with that.
Will we have a Muta follow-up like we had in the first game, too? Like
do you mean like he used to do in Wings of Liberty? Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's what he did in Game 1, man. He just like made a bunch of Mutas, and it's like...
He made his roaches, they didn't work. He made Mutas, those worked.
You win. That's 30 Mutas. GG.
Oh, this is. I don't think that this is the right attack from Special.
Well,
right? There's a lot of.
He's going to have quite a bit of siege tanks. He's going to have a good spread here. He's got enough medevacs. He can pretty much heal. The Ravagers are not that close. Oh, actually, yeah, this is quite a bit of Ravagers here. First tank goes down. Marines continuing to be spread over here. The second wave of Biles comes. You really get to appreciate how long it takes a Bile to connect with its target when you see how many siege tank shots it'll get off before it's eventually killed.
Ooh, saves that one. Nice pickup. A lot more roaches on the way right now.
I don't know the story with that roach, but
yeah, that's a little bit of a weird one.
He was in over his head. We know that much.
He was a very ambitious roach.
Yeah.
That roach, if he had won this game, he was going to try to qualify for the next GSL.
Yeah.
It's like, dude,
we'd have to seed him into the round of 8 in a new rule. DRG is now opening up more and more of the map. I think we're going to see him pounce in a little bit here. Actually, I don't know if Special has enough to hold this. You can see he's not sure
he doesn't either.
Yeah, he's pulled the SCVs.
No, it's a little bit scary. Like, he was getting ready there to block to try to keep the Ravagers out of range of getting insta-volleys off on those siege tanks. But as he gets some macro rounds in here, I mean, oh god, his supply is doubled right now.
Well, it is all Roach Ravager, but you know, we've seen DRG do this in the past where you get like this battering ram of beefy units and just kind of, I don't know, just trample them.
Yeah, well, SCV's coming up right now. A lot of the siege tanks do end up falling. There is one left over there. Special pulling back. Oh my god, so much Roach Ravager.
GG, DRG. Durg.
Dirigible himself floats to the winner match. Special falling down to that loser match.
Foreigner versus Foreigner. Why must we cannibalize each other?
Oh, that's the way of things, I guess. What is this, WCS or GSL?
Wow, disappointing game from Special. You know, he played well, but DRG, I don't feel like I'm really sure exactly where he's at right now. Like, he looks really good.
It's hard to place him exactly. I think that there's like a really huge amount of potential with him, though.
We're going to have a short break. When we come back, the winner's match, DRG versus TY.
Time is now and forever. I'm only getting stronger. Don't call me out. I'll take you down. You know I'm back. My time is now and forever. And I'm only getting stronger.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해, 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아, 잠깐, 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼, 지금. 자, 펴놨는데 무슨 소리야.
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys. 너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가 없는데? 아니, 저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준. LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 라면이요.
자, 이게 좀만 들어주세요.
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
섭취 이제 탄산으로. 청정제주 숙취 비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스가.
고성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준. LG 울트라 기어.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 취했나?
청정제주 숙취 비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
야 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼. 야 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게. 야 어디가?
금방.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
버텨야 되거든요.
시간 싸움에 공호 하나만 나오면 길 거거든요. 이거는 결국
나올 때까지 시간 버텨야 됩니다. 여기 파수기 도기까지 보내고 있어요.
뒤쪽으로 광자포로 이어질 수 있는 라인은 별로 안 좋아 보입니다. 체력도 깨지면 광자포로 더 이상 지어지지 못하고 슈퍼스에서 공호 만들어내는데 여기까지 왔고요. 공호 하나도 여기 있고 역장 아끼고 있어요. 역장 너무 아꼈어요.
자 추가로 여기서
역장 하나 뺐었고요. 역장이 의미가 없죠.
때릴 수 있거든요. 두드릴 수 있습니다. 버티면 되거든요.
아니 이러면 공호 나와도 여왕 둘 있잖아요. 여왕 둘 공호 나와도
시간 더 필요해요. 시간 더 필요합니다.
공호 한 기로는 안 되죠. 근데 우주가 뭐 위치가 좋지 않기 때문에
그렇죠.
공호 볼게 한 3기 정도 모을 수 있는 시간이 없을 것 같습니다. 공호 안 났어요.
정전 불 꺼졌어요. 자 뚫고 들어갑니다. 어윤철 경기 끝났습니다. 어윤수 선수의 발빠른 대처는요 기가 막히네요.
파수기 내기 어윤수 선수
시간 병력이 힘을 줬거든요.
어윤수 선수 밀어야 돼요. 곧 돌아갑니다. 어윤수 가야 돼요.
그렇죠. 여기 털리거든요. 본진 쪽까지
아래쪽으로 빨리 이사 가야죠.
시간을 수안에서 막아내기만 하면 되는 걸 신정 선수는요.
여기는 파수기 계속 막을 수 있죠.
역장에 여기 막혀 있습니다. 역장 더 소환하면서
파수기 에너지 많습니다.
그렇죠. 더 버틸 수 있어요. 여기 빨리 깨고 초토하는 병력 숫자 못 되게 만들어줘야 돼요.
와 완전 변경이 갈려버렸어요. 어윤수 이러지도 못하고 저러지도 못합니다.
병력 소환되는 걸 보질 못했어요. 오도가지 못하죠.
아 파수기를 소환해놓고 갔었다는 건 이것 때문에 주성 선수가 현재 이득을 많이 받고 어윤수 돌아가도 본진 날아갔죠. 앞만 날아가죠. 표정이
그렇죠.
좋지 않아요.
네.
상대방을 못 뛰게 만들고 못 뛰게 만들고 나오는데요. 네.
저희는 수업 하나씩 붙어 주고 있고요.
네, 이제 무탈 수가 어떻게 할 거예요?
절반 이상 끝났습니다.
무탈 어떻게 할 거예요? 저 어떻게 할 거야 무탈? 여기 아무 기사 안 보이죠? 어떻게 할 거예요?
주성욱 선수의 멋진 승리. 상대방의 자원줄을 끌어내고 손발에 묶고 승리를 기록합니다.
아 200 모아서 한번 싸우러 가죠. 자 일단 역장을 잘 쳤고요.
공격을 막아내야 됩니다.
이런 식의 전투 항상 좋습니다. 어윤수.
해주면서 상대 너무 못 먹게 만들어줘야죠.
파수기 싹 잡고.
안쪽 들어갑니다. 위로 들어가면 추가되는 뒤로.
어윤수 지금 완전 그냥 신났어요.
애들이 맞고 있어요.
이게 값싼 저글링 내주면서 상대 가스 유닛을 잡아먹는 플레이입니다. 예, 아 이거는 뚫었어요. 앞전면 해보지만 이거는 사지로 들어온 겁니다.
그렇죠. 음영파 업그레이드도 아직 완료되지 않은 상황이고 불사조도 한 기밖에 남지 않았습니다. 어떻게 됐죠? 뮤탈리스트 어떻게 정리합니까? 뭘로 정리하죠?
예, 여기를 내주게 되면 패배인 걸 알기 때문에 무리를 해서라도 앞전면을 해봤는데 어윤 선수의 공격성.
그렇죠.
네, 아 무시무시하네요 지금.
한 장만 가져간 이후에 몰아치는 게 어윤 최고예요. 최대. 경기 끝났습니다. 이 공격성 어윤 선수가 특별 타이밍으로 이번 경기 승리를 만들어냈습니다. 자 여기 싸움 잘해야 되거든요. 잡아먹기 준비되겠습니다.
이런 식의 구도는 어윤수가 너무 좋습니다.
야 쓸어버리네요. 에어쌉니다. 추적자 비율 깨져요. 뮤탈 세상에 오는 거죠.
계속 추적해요.
자 여기서 집중만.
또 어디가? 여기 니네집 아니야? 어디가? 여기 니네집인데 어디까지 가려고 계속 도망가는 거야?
지금 들어가는데 여기 깨집니다. 안 오니.
와,
깨진다.
주성우 이 경기를 이렇게 만들어내나요, 주성우? 주성아, 자, 이거 몰라. 불사도, 네, 불사도 계속 컨트롤 해주면 이제 상당히 챙길 수 있죠. 컨트롤. 네, 자, 불사도 돌아와요. 여기서 빨리 추적자 녹여야 되는 겁니다. 저글링까지 달라붙었고요. 집중관 하나. 불사조 왔어요. 뮤탈리스크 다 죽었어요.
주성욱의 역전샷 끝까지 포기하지 않았습니다.
양방향. 오선행 잡혔어요. 오선행 죽었고 시간의 곡이 중요한 타이밍이었는데요. 잠깐만.
자 돌아가는 그 타이밍
발끈이 통할 것인가? 발끈이 통하느냐? 거시 불사조.
에어 싸서 끌어버리면 안 되는
시간의 곡이 진짜 걸실하다.
드론의 양동작전이 성공하면서 어윤 선수가 다시 한 점을 앞서가기 시작합니다.
어윤 선수 이번 교전을 위해서 얼마나 많이 고민했겠습니까?
위로 오게 만들어준 이후에 갑니다.
이번은 불사조 어디서
편대가 들어오고 있어요.
갑자기 나왔거든요. 불사조가 따라갑니다. 불사조. 무빙샷 도망갈 수 없어요.
맞을 수밖에 없습니다.
어윤수 이거 지속이 역전승 나옵니까? 이거 지속이 역전.
불사조는 다 써야 돼요. 폭풍 다 써야 돼요. 울트라 잡아내면은 잡아낼 수 있거든요. 확장을 깨졌어요. 울트라를 잡아내면 장기전의 태고는 나타나는 걸 오늘 주성욱 선수의 인간에서 증명해내네요.
자, 근데 이런 거 진짜 잘 봤거든요, 주성욱이.
주성욱이 막기만 하면은 유리하면 역전까지 시간 한번 위로 들어오는 역전까지 들어오는 병력을 막아내야 되는데 인구 쓰고 있어요.
거신을 빨리 찍어야 돼요. 거신이 바퀴 때리고 있어요. 거신이 바퀴 때리고 있어요. 이러면
여기서 잘
거신이 바퀴 때리거든요. 거신이 이들아 때리거든요. 거신이 이들아 때리거든요. 하나 먼저 거신 사람 없습니다. 역장은 시간을 잡고 시드라가 먼저 녹았는데요. 양정수가 잡았고 주성욱이 시드라가 녹았습니다. 이거는 이대로 경기 마무리 지을 만한 그 정도의 조합.
밀고 들어갑니다. 하나씩 속여주고 있죠. 잡아내고 있어요. 좋습니다. 못 먹게 만들어주면 그 힘은 주성욱 선수의 쏠리거든요. 이번 경기 그 3년의 그 길고 긴 시간에 마침표를 찍어냈습니다. 테이크롤스터의 수석 선수가 우승을 차지합니다.
Round of 16 TY Scarlet Special DRG 아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S The Coming Storm
It's time for the winners map in Group A of the round of 16. It's our two Korean players duking it out in the losers match special where Scarlett will be starting once we finish this match. We're going to get the first player that survives to the round of 8. Now, look, I think we're probably all on the same page here. It's going to be TY. I welcome DRG moving on. That would be a great plot twist to start things off in the round of 16. But look, TY just does not seem like he's getting worse anytime soon.
I think he's the favorite at GSL this season.
I agree.
You know, he's in tip-top form. It's hard to imagine him losing. I actually felt like Special, I think if Special and DRG were to replay that series, I think Special would win. I would like give him an edge, you know? Didn't work out this time, but yeah, and that means, of course, I think TY is a bit favored here.
Okay, Ice and Chrome for game 1 here. Again, the winner, the first player to get to the round of 8 in season 2 of GSL.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해볼까? 아프리카 프렉스 TY 전태양 아프리카 프렉스 DRG 박수호
Is DRG, does he still live in Busan or is he in Seoul?
Oh, I don't know.
In here now, because DRG is short for Dongdaegu, which is the part of Busan that he's from. Busan is the second largest city in South Korea. It's a beach city, about 5 million people, around the size of Chicago. But it's on the opposite end of the country. So I know in previous GSLs he'd have to take the train up here.
Yeah, I'm not. I
probably should have asked the staff. It didn't occur to me until we did that intro there. I thought, oh, I wonder.
I think he lives up here, because I feel like every time Gumiho played, someone was like, "Yeah, man, he took the train up at 5 a.m. or whatever." You know?
Yeah.
So I feel like someone would have said that today, and no one did. So either no one likes us, or he lives in Seoul, or both.
It's definitely both.
Yeah.
Okay, so. You know, with DRG here, I don't think that the games that we saw with him versus Special are like any representation of what these games are going to look like here.
No.
Special did some, I guess, kind of weirdness with the double proxy in 2 of the games, and then also just the win with the mutas was kind of funny looking. I mean, it makes sense. It's, you know, it's such a dramatic tech shift that's happened so fast.
Yeah.
That you know, Terran can't quite stabilize, and then you know, in the other game, you know, Special was pushing too much and just lost too much of his army, and then the counterattack was too good. I don't think we're going to have TY mirror any of the behaviors that Special had in his series against DRG. So I just
honestly, like, based on that series, TY could play a similar style and then just adjust for what DRG did against it, couldn't he?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, we see the very quick third command center here from TY. Let's see if he goes into BC like Special did. But honestly, like, looking at that game, that should have been a special victory. So if I'm TY, I might be like, yeah, let's go for this 3-command BC.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Now, DRG is one of the players I'm most excited about in general, just seeing him back here, because he looks like he's in great shape, and he's done with his military service. Yeah. Most of the other players in GSL have not done their military service. They've been deferring it. Being a pro gamer, you actually are allowed to push it back. Same as if you're like a young athlete,
yeah,
ice skater, you know.
Well, anyone with a professional job going on, if you can kind of show that you're really going to be adversely affected, you can push it back.
Well, especially if it's a sport.
Yeah. Well, that's especially
sport.
Yeah.
No, but it's true. I mean, if you're like, look, if you can go to the government and be like, look, I'm making money off this game. The government's aware, like, okay, this is like representing our country.
What if the government, though, is like a DRG fan? They're going to look at it and be like, just go to the military. DRG's beat you in the last GSL.
Ooh, yeah, don't let them see that game. But the fact that DRG is done with it, and we have many, many more years of StarCraft 2 to come, that's kind of exciting, because now, you know, if he's playing this well here, who knows? He might once again become the best Zerg. In StarCraft 1, which was really kind of like, as, you know, as big as it was and as big as it still is, it was very much the wild, wild west of esports, in the sense that we didn't know what happens when you get older. You know, there was a lot of players that were not, I mean, to be kind of blunt here, somewhat obsolete compared to the younger players. And so many people were saying, especially these pros, that older players just can't compete with younger players. And this is a narrative that's been parroted a lot, especially out here, and especially, you know, people on Team Liquid were saying this. And it seems like it's not actually true anymore. In both StarCraft 1 and 2, we have a lot of old players that, you know, whether you've done your military service or not, you can actually still be better than the youngsters. You know, and then DRG is one of the players I'm really watching to see what happens with that.
Yeah. Said, well, look at this now. We actually have a very interesting build that DRG did get a scout off on. It's 2-factory Blue Flame Hellion, which is a very old build from days when DRG played.
Okay, both me and TY weren't quite sure. Do Hellions actually fit through there? The answer is no.
Looked kind of funky, didn't it? But he doesn't get that much done with it.
No.
4 drones, it's not what you're looking for.
There was a good Evo chamber right in the middle of the mineral patch to stop the Hellions from looping around and getting, you know, what the drone shots they needed.
What was that command center doing? It looks like we've had some terrible misclicks here.
What am I seeing? Okay, there must have been several bad rallies here.
Yeah.
Because the CC was floating way too far out.
So he loses extra SCVs, and his CC went way far away. Huh. Okay, well, TY getting back on track now. There is the Spire coming up. DRG getting roach speed and range attack as well. Now, this is a bio play. It's not a mech play like we saw from Special.
So, very odd to see TY make a mistake like that. I mean, we almost never see that happen in StarCraft 2. You know, waypointing is it's so clean in StarCraft 2, you know? Kind of weird to see those SCVs out in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
The command center just floating towards the center.
I think it's as simple as he did a misclick and just didn't realize it, which happens sometimes. All right, 11 mutas on the way. There are some turrets being made. And obviously this is a bio play, so you're much less likely to just instantly die when mutas fly across the map like we saw from Special.
Marines are a natural response to mutas anyways, so. But we're going to have Banelings done here soon too. And, you know, Ling Muta Baneling is something where if Terran trips up in some of the fights, you lose all the Marines, the mutas take out the medevacs and the retreating army. And, I mean, you die very fast. That being said, it does seem like, in theory, if you're both fairly even, if Terran can control perfectly and kite all the Banelings, you're going to be okay. But DRG is, you know, for a period of StarCraft 2 history, was kind of the master of this.
Yeah, I never think of his Ling Bane that much, but definitely his Mutalisk play. Let's see where he goes with this. Baneling's speed isn't done, right? So that makes these Blue Flame Hellions a lot stronger as well.
The Blue Flame Hellions make the math a lot more fuzzy on you know, what you can actually handle here. Okay, and now they're going to be Hellbats here. And I think this is going to come in here at the most inconvenient moment possible here for DRG. Now, DRG's counterattacking and doing a good job with some of these Lings. I think this is going to get cleaned up, but back over here to the big attack on the 4th.
Going to clear those Lings with those mines, but the 4th base gets taken out.
Now, what does TY want to do from here? Does he keep pushing it? Some players will try to end it. Other players pack it up and go home.
Yeah, I could see packing it up because as Baneling's speed finishes, this army is not going to still be able to, you know, kill off everything that DRG has. It's not like you're going to go kill his base now. But killing that base, I think, was enough, right?
Sure.
That gives you the advantage that you're looking for.
There's another hatchery being taken in the bottom right. For now, though, we have a wounded DRG in this game.
He does have 80 drones, though, so that's definitely very, very good. He can transfer down. Still on the layer tech. You know, that layer story that you keep selling us, we keep buying because, I mean, I don't see a hive.
He's not going to get one for a little bit, Ari. This is DRG.
I feel like this would be when you'd be like, you know what, I need an infestation pit, you know? But nah, screw it.
Mutas.
Let's get +2 upgrades everywhere.
Ooh! Oh my God. Got to be careful with that because a couple of those Widow Mine connects on Mutas, and you've lost all the sustain of your army.
Yeah.
Terran vs. Zerg has always been a funny matchup in that both the races can do a lot of damage to each other really quickly.
Yeah.
And so, like, once you start to get a little bit of a lead, it just spikes exponentially.
You got to keep that core of your army alive, like you said. You know, if you lose an entire army, that's when it just starts to get out of control on either side. All right, so we have TY moving out right now. Pretty robust set of units here. Good amount of medevacs, has the Thor, has some mines, so it's going to be hard to engage that for DRG.
Okay, the Mutas, again, they're just trying to intercept any stray units. You know, the big push is here at the bottom. And I like, you know, the angle here behind this rock. You get some pretty good cover. Is it enough cover, though? It doesn't seem like TY's army is that big. He still has, I think, more than half of it over here in his base.
Oh, very good mine connection right there.
Yes.
Gets a lot of Banes. But yeah, it's kind of a small army there. I think he does need to pull back as the army gets pulled down. Clearing some creep up here at that old 4th base once again.
Yeah, he's going to try to kill this once more.
And look at this. As soon as he sees units up here, he hits the other 4th base.
Yeah.
How do you have 2 forts?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. TY is banking on the fact that DRG's screen can't be everywhere at once. But DRG is fighting back, and I think fighting back really well down here at the bottom.
Yeah, clearing actually both armies, but there is a drop in his main base. So,
yeah. Oh my God, and he gets a spawning pool, which, you know, you don't normally think of this as a big important tech building, but actually it's insane because you can't get Lings or Banes.
Yeah, that's quite true. I mean,
like that can possibly give you enough power to kind of push through. But DRG is going to clean up both these medevacs. And 2-2's done, by the way. Now we see DRG pretty good with the defense, but we don't have any offense yet.
Yeah, well, he is going up to the Hive now, right? So finally we see that additional tech going on for DRG. I think certainly he's going to try to go into Ultralisks from here.
I do wonder how DRG is going to be in a really long late game in this matchup.
You know, his drone count is so healthy. His upgrades are really healthy as well. He's kept his mutas alive. I think he's going to be fine, to be honest. But
I mean, compared to TY.
Yeah.
TY's got, like, the best late game.
Positionally,
Terran,
he's the best Terran player.
He's masterful at it. And, you know, a lot of these games in TVZ, we do see them go to split map.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like both players are attacking and defending on both sides of the map, and Niduses are an option, and there's all sorts of crazy tech switches. We see nukes sometimes as well. So I'm wondering, like, can DRG actually hold his own against TY? I know that DRG could in, like, a mid-game situation, but if we get to Supreme late game, what does that look like? Because we really don't see Zergs take TY on in that.
No, not generally. And
not
the thing
lately.
is, there's a few different unit comps and types of styles that you can go for as Zerg in that super late game, and we haven't seen DRG enter it. So it's hard to say even what he'll do. Like, is he going to focus on strong moves, which is something he does a lot? You know, positional plays where he's hitting different locations and whatnot? Or are we going to see something more technical like a Viper Lurker?
Okay, hold up. These mutas are doing some damage, but it almost seems like they're going to get pinned inside of TY's base. Meanwhile, at the bottom, DRG barely not having enough to hold this off.
Oh man, DRG has got to clean this up very, very quickly. He does have a decent bank right now. Oh, this is a great counterattack though. The Lings and Banes coming around the planetary. Gonna be able to clear this out as well as a bunch of SCVs.
Takes out that expansion, and he does manage to keep his bottom right base alive for a little bit. This has been a pretty scrappy game here on both sides. And now, do we have another push here from TY? Seems like DRG is going to be able to grow pretty liberally on the map.
Well, I mean, he needs to stay alive a little bit longer. He's going to lose this base, unfortunately, before his ultras are out. But as those come out, I think he can kind of gain some control to where TY has to switch up his tech a bit. Right? This was really TY's last push with this set of army.
That's right. A lot more Lings and Banes are coming in here. And the army unloading into this. Huge amount of losses there. We have some more Marines in the upper left going to come in here and try to help salvage this base. It looks like they will be able to do that. Now the Ultras are out. There's more mutas being made. More Lings are coming out. I think we may see DRG regroup and then try to hit this base that's pretty far out from the rest of the bases here.
Yeah, I think he's got to focus on getting a little bit more creep spread out as well. Lingbane Ultra is unbelievably strong on the creep, but when you start attacking off, it gets a little bit more difficult. There are a lot of Marauders that have been added in now as well, so 4 Marauders at a time are really going to help out against this.
Okay, more Lings and Ultras are coming up, and this is quite a bit of damage, but it seems like, oh, hold up, there's actually a lot of Lings down here as well. That's actually even more important what happened there than what happened here.
Yeah.
I was in the process of saying it seems like everything's a little bit too spread out. Like DRG has a lot, but he needs to actually group this up into a ball. There was a period where there was 1 Ultra alone over there. Not enough. And by the way, you really want to try to count the Ultras in games like this. Like how many get sniped off versus how many do damage and then get away. When you have the Ultras out, basically Zerg has to make sure that every fight they take, they can actually win. Is this going to get killed?
Yeah, I think it is. Needed to repair.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Wow.
Wow.
All right, he does deny that. Oh, a lot of speed banes rolling down here. He will clean that up. But
So,
look, this is kind of the interesting part of the game for me, Tasteless, is to see now DRG, he has a few different things he can do here. Like I mentioned, is he going to switch it up into like a more Viper-heavy, cost-efficient type of style, or is he going to stay with these really strong moves? And it seems like it's going to be the strong moves, right? Ling, Bane, Ultra running around the map, hitting the fringes, clearing out attacks on his bases. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's going to be that way, but theoretically, that army set can be stopped.
Okay, here's another one of these moments. The Ultra gets away. Again, the one funny thing about when you lose a fight as Zerg, when you have the Ultras, they can actually then stim and chase you down. We're kind of seeing that here. You can just, oh, I guess he's going to get away.
Gets out of there. That new speed upgrade.
But yeah, if he can send that back, transfuse it, and then try to attack it again. All right, we have another big move coming through here.
Ooh. That red Ultra really wants some right now.
I know.
Oh, I don't know about this one, though. See, this is where it gets harder and harder as TY actually gets to group up his army. Oh, man, losing multiple Ultras right there. These mutas, I'm not sure how much they're helping at this point. A lot of Lings, a lot of Ultras being made. DRG still has a good amount of supply, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think TY has enough bases and enough infrastructure that he can continue to crank out some pretty scary pushes, and especially losing the 3 Ultras back there.
Yeah. It's tough, too, because your production is spread out, so if you can't actually get your Lingbane Ultra together, in little clumps, it's garbage here.
Also, there's a little bit of Swiss cheese creep on this map here, too, for DRG. Like, there's spots where it's like it should be connected, but it's not.
Look at this. The Muta's actually starting to pick off some of these medevacs. This is a great moment for
God.
DRG.
Killing off so many Marines that were inside those medevacs.
Yeah, only a couple medevacs actually make it out.
Dude, look
so
at the
he
supply.
Lost a lot.
118 to 181.
Yeah, and don't forget, this isn't like a Roach-based army, right?
Yeah,
like
no.
Ultra Muta. That's real army supply we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not supply inflation like you get with Roach Ravager.
Yeah.
Where it looks like it's a lot, but actually just each of the units just costs too much supply. Well, I don't know. I mean, DRG is really holding his own here against TY, and I didn't imagine this would be possible. By the way, quick aside here, TY has made some odd mistakes, especially in this game. He let that CC get killed after he had saved it. He had that weird rally with the SCVs, and his command center was just floating towards the upper right. He doesn't seem to be playing as cleanly as I'm certainly used to seeing.
Yeah, he's not playing perfectly like we're used to. That's for sure.
And I feel bad being critical of that, where I'm like, it's so weird he's not perfectly, executing everything. But, this is the guy that won last season.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he is being pushed really hard here, too. Let's not forget, right? Like, DRG's style is very, very strong. You see how he's moving around the map. So definitely some mistakes are happening from TY, but if he can just hold it together.
Okay, another big push coming through here. There are a lot of banelings behind all this, and I think this is enough damage that, yep, that's it. DRG takes game 1.
Pretty badass right there. Really well played game from DRG. Very, very nice. I like the style, man. He's a breath of fresh air, right?
Or he's, you know what he might be, Artosis?
What?
He might be a breath of mummy dust. Okay?
A breath of mummy dust.
I think he's a breath of mummy dust. We went back to the curse of DRG. We opened up his, sarcophagus.
Yeah.
And the Heart of the Swarm mummy dust breath came out. That's poisonous, Artosis.
Poisonous to Legacy the Void
it's
players.
The mummy's curse.
Oh, no.
Not a breath of fresh air, a breath of mummy dust.
TY choking on mummy dust right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. All right. That was a great victory for DRG.
Yes.
Can he mummy dust the floor with TY in this next game?
He might, this might be the mummy's curse, my friend. All right, guys, game 2 is ready here. Let's go!
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Oh, this is how you beat mummies.
This is how you
beat mummies.
I thought you beat him with fire.
Do you beat him with fire?
Yes.
I never actually
and he went
saw all the
Hellions
mummy
last
movies.
game.
Yeah, that's true. Blue Flame.
Well, I don't know about the mummy movies. But yeah, like that would be how you beat mummies. They're like dried corpses wrapped in paper. Like fire is good against that, okay? It's really good against that.
Are the mummies magical? I'm trying to remember.
I think they have to be because they're alive. So there has to be some magic there.
Or dead. I think they're actually
undead.
dead. Artosis, I think you're a little bit confused. I think you're clearly not a mummy expert here. Those are dead people, not alive ones.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm a space elephant
expert.
doctor.
Yeah. You're clearly not a mummy hunter. You're not a Tomb Raider like Tasteless.
Yeah, Tasteless the Tomb Raider.
Okay, so is the Overlord going to see this?
Yes.
DRG. Oh, the mummy's going to get him. He thinks he's got the treasure right now. TY's got his Indiana Jones and he thinks he's got the treasure. He's almost out. And then right when he turns the corner, the mummy grabs him by the arm. Ah! And he's all scary. He's got big, scary mummy teeth. He's got flies coming out of his mouth.
Oh my God, he must be a fresh mummy if there's still flies around.
Yeah, well, yeah. This is great. So the drones are going to come out here. And I don't know.
High ground. I like it. I like the move.
Once the barracks are finished, I mean, you're locked into this rush. Of course, ideally, you want to go undetected at the start, but DRG's got the right idea. He's keeping the drones behind and trying to intercept the Marines. This keeps the Marines that would ideally want to be covering the bunker up here. It keeps them back because they have to get a safe, reinforcement line set up here. The Lings are going to come out. Oh, target the SCV! Target the SCV!
Yeah, I think he's really busy microing elsewhere.
Maybe he just knows this exactly.
He does
he know this exactly? He knows this exactly.
Just wants to cancel that out.
Yeah.
These are still stuck, though, these drones.
Okay. Uh-oh. He's going to come out. Look at this. He just knows to target the bunker. He's like, no, man.
Yeah, it takes a long
He's
time
like,
to finish a bunker.
Tasteless. I'm an immortal mummy.
Don't you remember the 9th bunker patch when it became slow like that?
Yeah, of course. Now, uh-oh. This is
That's what he was
drone
waiting
kills, though.
for.
Yeah. Oh, the queen! Ah! Oh! That's my play-by-play. I think he did it. I think TY's just going to come in here.
Might. Yeah. 4 lings on the way are not going to be enough to stop this.
Because that belongs in a museum. Look at this. Yeah, TY, I think, just snowballed the game.
Yeah, yeah. And he's actually getting a reactor right now at home. Like, he's got his gas, everything's
Second
looking
queen
good.
is still just a little ways off.
11 drones have died. We're at 12 workers right now.
Yeah, to 21 here for TY. And he goes back home, so that's fine.
Perfect. That's exactly how much damage I wanted done. I think DRG will be leaving pretty soon. And so now I can finally ask you what I've been thinking about.
Please.
Since you were talking about the mummies. Are mummies just a type of zombie?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I believe, okay, so if I'm thinking about this
Like
correctly,
a fancy
it's
king
basically
zombie?
like a magic zombie, right? Well, actually, you know what? I don't know.
No, I think it's just a...
I think, okay, we've
it's
talked about
a
this
rich
before.
zombie wrapped in toilet paper.
Yeah, but I think it depends on the lore here. Like, there's no magic zombies, right? There's no... Oh, I hope there's not magic zombies. That'd be pretty bad. But there's no magical zombies. But if you're like the Mummy King, I think you got magic powers. I don't think they're just like zombies.
No, yeah, they don't turn other people into zombies or mummies by biting them. But like,
But they definitely
because
wanna
they
put
are
you in
dead
a mummy
bodies,
tomb. Yeah.
they would come back in a zombie scenario.
Okay, yeah.
Does that mean that when they bite someone, that person becomes a zombie then?
Well, they gotta wrap you in their mummy toilet paper first. That's necessary.
Damn. That's why you wrap yourself in it so you don't get bit. You're like, oh no, he's one of us. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's right. You look like one of those guys just trying to train attack dogs, just biting you. You're like, easy, easy, easy. Can't believe we get to have these two guys on this map. We already had such a great game with TY versus Scarlett.
Yeah, and that was a great game, but I don't know that this is going to be as good. I think it's over, man. Just too much damage with that initial push.
Yeah, TY is in a pretty good spot to just close this out, I think.
Yeah, DRG's trying to get things done. Like, he's picking off some SCVs. You got to hand it to him. Those SCVs are dead.
But if DRG can stabilize here, I mean, the worker count right now, 29 to 25.
But with no tech on the way.
True.
And all this tech for his opponent. Yeah, I'm just like, what could you do? What could it be? I'm not even sure, to be perfectly honest. I can't come up with anything that can win this game for him.
Man, DRG getting cheese today.
Yeah.
Getting chezzed. TY.
Damn. DRG's just sitting there like, okay, so I win game 1, lose to Bunker Rush game 2. It's the same as the special series.
I hope you're happy, TY. You get to take his onk. He just wanted to be buried and left alone. He was a pharaoh.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine you're a pharaoh. You're like, it's fine. I'm just going to be buried inside this giant pyramid.
Yeah. And all the people that bury me, I want them to die in there with me.
Yes. And then instead, it's like, what? Someone's looting my giant magical prison? It's like, for what? Like, we don't know. They want money. You're like, they're robbing me? They're robbing my house?
You're dead, though, already.
Huh? Well, I'm dead. I'm undead.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're stuck in your sarcophagus.
Yeah. Game 3, Pillars of Gold, also part of DRG's Mummy Tomb. But TY just wants it all. I'm actually pro-Mummy now. I'm thinking about this a little bit more. Those Tomb Raiders are assholes. Leave those mummies alone.
아프리카 프렉스 TY 전태양.
Should, though, ancient relics be in museums? Should they be left?
Well, if you're an undead mummy, if I could just, kind of be the lawyer, your power of attorney going to me here.
Be the mummy's advocate?
Yeah. Be a mummy's rights advocate. I would say, well, I mean, I'm undead. I'm kind of just trying to hang out here.
Yeah.
You know? The dinosaurs don't care where their bones go. They're not immortal. But just to make it clear, when you and I die, I'm having all of our viewers buried with us.
Then it will truly be a dead game.
Yeah. That's right. Taste and Artosa said in their last cast, we're going to have terracotta nerds pairing with us.
That's right.
Each nerd was a little bit different. They brought all their peripherals down there.
Yeah, and they're all going to be standing in the tomb. They're like, how long are we going to last in here? And then one final tasteless alert to the guys in the chat, and then lava comes down and gets them.
That's right.
It's like, wow, that was expensive to get done.
Yep. So, very different game this time. DRG seems to be dying to these rushes, these timing attacks.
I've never seen them fail. If you do not scout it right off the bat,
it's hard to deal with, man.
Even scouting it relatively quickly that game.
I thought positionally he had a good setup with his drones and everything to hang on. It seems like he had when the Marines got in there, the first Queen took a little bit too much damage. And I think the Queen is the thing that allows you to actually survive that.
It has the tankiness.
Yeah.
I think that the big part of why TY won that is he never committed with the Marines because there were 6 drones out there. And if you end up killing 6 drones with a 2 barracks proxy, that is cash money, sir. Amount of lings you forced, amount of lost mining time, killing 5-6 drones. And he got 5 of the 6 as they were coming back in because he had that firepower because he wasn't just trying to kill the hatchery. Sometimes you got to adjust. You can't just only do the plan of killing the hatchery.
Got to mix it up.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think DRG could actually win this and get out of the group first.
Imagine if DRG won a GSL. What then?
That'd be awesome.
That would be pretty sick.
It would
DRG
be so
parting
cool.
final.
Oh my God.
And then I put out an official press release that all the modern pro gamers can now go to the military.
Yeah, DRG looks really strong. I mean, even taking TY and
that was a great first game.
The macro game. Yeah.
And I love the style too because you see a lot of these other Zergs and they are going to be going into Vipers. You know, we've seen Solar really try to use Lurkers. More than just Solar's tried to use Lurkers as well, right? In that late game. A lot of the times TY has been forced into like Ghost, Liberator, that type of different situation. The nukes, as you mentioned, things. But the thing is, DRG, he always plays like Power Zerg, you know?
Yeah.
Like this guy.
He's a brawler.
Yeah, kind of. He's like Rocky or something, right? He's not a technical fighter.
If this was an RPG, would he be the monk character that only fights with his hands? Is that fair to say?
No, I think he's a warrior.
Is he a warrior?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he's strong and he goes for it.
Getting pushed away by these queens. The monk is also strong. Not as good as the warrior ever in any game, but
yeah,
you know.
It's kind of a wasted character, honestly.
Yeah. They're like, we need one bald character. All right, get a monk.
That's the one.
Oh, kind of a weird shot that.
Yeah, you pulled the lane that it was going towards. Very nice.
So we have Banshee and Cloak coming here.
Third command on the way now. So kind of a middle of the road, very standard opener here from TY.
Now let's see how many kills he gets with this.
Yeah.
This is the moment where I think that the attention might be divided enough. Oh my God, almost gets the Evo wall. Oh man, he needs to split those drones up.
Well, I think it was still all right.
Wait. That was almost like an optical illusion because that valley is so deep that it.
Oh yeah, the way they go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I know exactly what you mean.
I was looking at that. I'm like, how is that? Oh,
I'm like, wait, am I gonna lose this Oracle?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's fine.
Banshee Cloak finishes up. We'll see how many more kills can be pulled off here.
He lives, but for how long?
Yeah, not that long.
Not too long at all.
Oh, he explodes too when he dies.
Yeah.
So 2 Banshees. This is a delayed Banshee surprise attack. They can, of course, one-shot workers. So even if DRG is to react very quickly to this, I'll probably lose a lot of workers.
Yeah. You know, I gotta say, I like the style that DRG is trying to play here. where like he's got the double evo, he's got the Baneling speed. We've seen a lot of people messing with like quicker spires and things like that lately, but I like this kind of basics play, right? Get your upgrades going, get Baneling speed. When you have Baneling speed and you're macroing well, you don't die. That is thing number one, you know?
Yeah, sure. By the way, the Banshees haven't done that much damage.
No, not too much. Look how many creep tumors there are.
Yeah, the creep spread's good. Look, I think there's a real chance DRG takes this, and it's kind of like it might be the craziest upset in the round of 16.
Well, at what point do we stop saying DRG victories or upsets? Because once upon
After
a time,
he beats TY?
Maybe. Yeah.
That's when I stop.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That's when I apologize in front of a bunch of
Sir, I'm
microphones,
so
like
sorry.
I really messed up. I got to apologize to my family and everything. Sorry, I thought DRG wins were a big upset. No, I mean, DRG looks really good.
We'll see if that fourth base can get up and mining soon here for DRG. More and more Lings being made, some Banes added in. Of course, he is going Hydras with this now as well. But kind of like, it's very methodical, his approach to getting everything up this game. And the way that he's playing this, we're like basically guaranteed late game now, right? When you're going Ling Bane Hydra and you haven't really taken that much damage, and of course, it's not like TY took a bunch of damage, you know? And yeah, we've had a little bit of drone kills here and there. What have we lost? Like 15 drones, 16 drones? I'm gonna go with 18 drones have died or so. But it's not that big a deal. His creep spread is good. His Hydras are gonna come out. He's got 2-2 on the way. So now we get to see him go into that late game again, but with a different type of comp.
Somehow this Banshee's going to get away. Oh my gosh, bad right click there. So the push is actually coming down. I thought we were going to have TY wait a little bit more, but he's going for it.
Yeah, I think that this is your one chance to break the fourth base.
Yeah.
But I think that DRG has enough because he's got the 1-1 already as well. So see, he's bringing these Lings back. I think that's very important. Maybe end up bringing in a flank. TY being very careful about what he commits on creep. And there we go. The flank comes in, and there we go.
Great targeting there.
Yeah, very, very good. But he clears those siege tanks, and that is basically what he needed.
DRG is going to try to hold this drop off. It looks like his Lings were just staggered enough. They aren't going to be able to come through here. He picks up Morphine, more Banes right there on the spot. Creep tumors are being spammed out here as fast as possible.
And now the Hydras are on the way. So as the Hydras pop out, it becomes a little bit harder to do small harassment type moves.
Yeah, the Hydras have a lot more muscle, a lot more damage.
They can easily gun down something like a medevac.
Yeah, if you take a bad engagement, you lose everything. Now let's remember, TY's on 3 bases. He's still trying to harass with good control. Okay, this actually might be the one fight that starts to really turn the game upside down. Good hit there, though. He's still hitting that one medevac that's actually full of Marines. It does get away, not that much damage. I thought it was a little bit more there, to be honest.
And really great timing on this infestation pit from DRG this game.
But I mean, right now, DRG is just sitting here on Bane Hydraling and powering up. And it can be exciting to watch TY swoop in and do damage with these attacks, but if he's trading off too much and the core army of DRG is getting too big, DRG can eventually counter push once he holds everything off.
Yeah, it is true. You know, as you tech up, the Hydras, I mean, off creep are not the greatest unit in the whole world. So he's going to be able to push this back. Ooh, nice connection right there.
Almost gets another medevac.
Yeah, what is TY's plan now? We haven't seen the production tab in a bit, but is it going to be mass siege tank from here? Is he going to start getting into liberators? Are we going to be looking at ghosts coming up? Generally, you start with a lot of siege tanks against Ling Bane Hydra. Just kind of secure yourself, right?
Yeah, you need that splash damage.
But we don't see him going for a second factory. So maybe he just sits defensively with his siege tanks?
He's not even making out of his one factory. It's kind of weird, right?
A little bit, actually, yeah. I mean, I just really like siege tanks against this.
Well, I think it's the most logical thing, right? I mean, you need something that's going to get that first shot off. A lot of times, these fights are decided based off of how many Banelings never got to their desired target. And that's where the siege tank comes in handy. Now, Vipers are going to come in here, and I think DRG is trying to assemble an army that's going to be strong enough that he can harpoon tanks out. pick him off,
Yeah.
and then just bulldoze his way through.
I think it's very doable. There's not that many tanks.
Okay, this is way too ambitious for DRG to try to push through that.
Yeah.
Pushing through a valley off of creep.
But once he has these 3 Vipers out and charged, he can easily eradicate that army. It's not enough siege tanks, right? Like, 2 Blinding Clouds, and suddenly your Ling Bane Hydra should be able to roll through.
Okay, well, right now, TY is trying to take this base out. And
I don't think he can get it, though, right?
I don't know. It seems like this is a pretty scary attack here. How far back can these Banes go? It looks like the Hydras are going to get rid of both of these tanks in the front.
Oof, that was a good engage for TY for sure.
Yeah, he has this infantry here. There's only 1 tank behind it, but I think when the next wave of Banes is ready...
Where are those Vipers at?
I don't know.
One Blinding Cloud would have changed that entire battle.
Well, they're probably soaking up some more energy somewhere. But you're right. I don't see them on any of the screens we've had in front of us. There they are.
Okay. Well, they can start to gain a bit more value with those. He's getting Adrenal 3-3. A couple factories added for TY. I don't know what they're for.
They seem to be quite late.
Like, yeah, it's very late to go tanks now because Viper's counter tanks really well. Maybe he's going to go into mines. No, he's adding Tech Labs, so it's definitely going to be siege tanks. Huh.
Gosh, that
feels weird.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but yeah, it seems like, you know,
Ling Bane Hydra was the norm for a long time, and it was all about identifying that they're making Hydras, adding your second factory very quickly, and then hitting with a whole bunch of tanks before Vipers, right? But now we have Vipers already out, and he's like, let's add 2 factories. And, I mean, we'll see how it does. Maybe it's going to be some great tech that does well.
We have an attack coming down here now, and I think, actually, yeah, he's just going to have to give this up. DRG
nice.
Can't keep this. You know, one of the disadvantages about going for Hydras on the ground is even though they are fast on creep, it's not the same thing as like having a lot of mutas out here. You know, you can't always get there in time.
You can't get instant responses like Ling Bane muta, that's
right,
for sure.
right.
Yeah.
So, you know, you will have moments where maybe your army was better, but they never got to have the engagement they needed to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's generally the case. Generally, your army is actually stronger than theirs, especially on creep. It's just, can you be in the right position?
Well, you know, for as great of a job as DRG has done in this game overall, the creep spread was never big enough where I think DRG can set up any kind of attack. TY is pretty much keeping this map mostly creep free. I mean, we have a little bit in the middle, but the corners of this map are going to play a much larger role here.
Now, what I'm looking at here, I am very fascinated by the decisions being made here, right? Because, again, DRG playing a very powerful style, right? He's got great upgrades. He's making a ton of Ling Bane. He's getting chitinous plating, so we're probably going to see some ultras mixed in here as well. TY taking a very different approach. He's going mass tanks right now. I believe he has 4 factories and ghosts. So he's going for something just as powerful. It feels like he's trying to fight power with power here.
Yeah, well, hold on. He's going to commit. These blinding clouds are perfect. The tanks are completely useless in this moment, which, you know, this was most of the tanks that we had to build up to in this game. Big connects there. Oh, my God. Is DRG just going to keep going?
Yeah, it's one of those games.
Yeah, it's just the Banelings are going all the way back to where the barracks are. Can he actually snipe this command center? I think he will easily take that out. Now the both this base and the bottom right base are marooned on some level.
Yeah.
I guess that top base is a little bit closer, excuse me. But that was pretty insane. And notice how behind this, DRG is maxed out again.
Yeah, this is very
so this
tough
is
for
like,
TY.
There's a second wave coming in here.
Well, TY is making a composition that can end up being very cost efficient, but the amount of Banelings that DRG is sending his way, you can't get your snipes off. Everything's blowing up.
Yeah.
I mean, the blinding clouds, again, are so good against the siege tanks.
I think that what TY was trying to set up with on paper is good, but if this next wave comes in here and flattens this base that we have a shot of right now,
yeah,
I mean, I don't know if he's going to have the economic engine to get himself into a spot that's going to be viable at all here.
Well, he does have extra command centers, let's not forget, right?
Yeah.
So he can float them and, like, he can get his mining back online, I guess. But none of his engagements are looking that good right now.
I mean, he just is making these wrecking ball armies.
Yeah.
The spell casting's great. You know, the supply is getting pretty low. Again, a Remax here. You know, for a while, DRG looked kind of timid in this game, but, you know, he's banked up enough. He just has this ability to just send wave after wave after wave. Terran is going to try to reclaim that spot over there, but I think that DRG is eyeing 12 o'clock. The building setup is a pretty good wall, but I'm not sure. I think he wants to go right on top of the planetary, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And he will get it. But don't forget, you know, you are spending a lot on that. Well, not that one. That one's free. Wow.
He's got 31 workers now.
Yeah. Definitely taking a bit of damage here.
You know, these Hydras, again, you can't run away, as you can see here. They will get caught. But DRG's taken 2 more bases in the bottom right. By the way, none of these bases are very rich in minerals. We see the nukes are being made, but it almost seems like TY wasn't expecting to have that many command centers stamped out. By the way, all the backup command centers I think are in use, except for one at the 12 o'clock spot. So,
dude, this play from DRG overall, like, I keep using the word powerful because it's the only thing I can even think to describe it, right?
Yeah.
His macro looks really, really strong. His moves are great. He's like hitting different locations over and over and then refilling his army. It feels like he knows when to push and when to pull back. We are seeing some just top-class Zerg right now.
Now, all these tanks here, this is a really good spot for the Terran. Oh my god, DRG doesn't see it. He does not see it.
Oh.
14 workers immediately killed.
Yeah, great move there from TY.
I'm so used to not being excited when nukes are going to happen because they always move away. DRG takes out this base. Now, the tanks are is there any infantry? Oh, yeah, there is infantry down there. Okay. But TY's on 3 bases right now. And I think some of these tanks are going to get picked off. DRG's going to win this game.
Oh, for sure.
DRG is taking this game. The GSL Codes champion, TY, is going to the final match. GG. That is insane.
DRG,
that is,
wow. Just looks so strong.
Yeah. I guarantee you DRG is feeling better than he has felt in a long time as far as a professional gamer goes.
Oh, yeah.
You get out first in this game. Did you forget about me?
Yeah, no, his ZVT was so on point there. Like, he was so strong. I don't even know what else to say, man. He was all over the place. Giant swarm armies.
Yeah.
Can't wait to hear what he has to say.
All right, we're going to go to the interview now. Andy will translate. Really crazy to see DRG advancing first. He's the first player to get to the round of 8, defeating the Season 1 champion in the process.
Wow, what a performance from DRG. He defeats the last season champion TY, and he moves on to round of 8. Congratulations, thank you. Wow, the last time you went to round of 8 was 6 years ago. What an achievement today, DRG. How do you feel?
사실 이번에 준비하면서
Honestly, preparing for the games,
충분히 진출을 할 수 있을 것 같다고
and I had the feeling that I might be able to advance as the first place.
결과를 나오니까 자신감이 더
And
붙는 것 같네요.
you know, that dream being realized today, I feel really happy.
저그의 교과서처럼
And you play like textbook Zerg player today. You use the Vipers, you use the Linglings, the Hydras. Everything was so effective. And I feel like this took a long time to prepare for. Well, I mean, I do use the Hydra Linglings and all the Lingling compositions. But this time I saw Sarah play. And then I saw him using the Hydra Linglings, so I took note. In the group nomination, you told everyone that you're not going to let Group A players go off easily. You beat the 2 Terran players today. So in order to defeat the 2 Terran players, how did you prepare for it?
그냥 해온 거에 또 이제 재선이랑
Well, I just practiced like usual, and Bunny helped me a lot.
연습했던 상황이 다 경기에 한 번씩 나왔던 것 같고.
So you know, all the plays that I've shown today was thanks to the scrims I had.
그렇군요. 오늘 테란 선수들이 운영 경기를
And the Terran players today,
꼭 약속이나 한 것처럼
They went for the macro
전진 빌드로
and they
분위기를
lost
절규했잖아요.
and they opted for the proxy
그리고 또
builds.
애숙하게도 또 여기서 졌었습니다.
And they lost that
경기를
game.
하시면서 이런 심적인 변화도 있으셨을
So
것
while playing,
같거든요.
what did you think about those plays?
사실 속으로는 블리자드 욕을 제일 많이 했고요.
Well, in my mind, you know, I
잔할 때부터 전 도대체 몇 번을 당하는 건지 모르겠는데.
I blame Blizzard for most of the things, and ever since Wings of Liberty, I had trouble playing against Terran players.
당당하게 실력으로 오늘 1위
But you did take the first place purely by skills.
굉장히 담담하게 말씀을 하셔서 사실
And you feel you look quite indifferent right now. So,
궁금하거든요. 6년
but
만에
how
8강이잖아요.
like rejoiced are you right now?
24강에서 이길 때는 별로 크게 감정의 동요가
Well, when I
없었는데
won in the round of 24, there wasn't that much emotional shift.
심장이 두근거리더라고요.
But in the round of 16, you know, everything was so much more exciting. And now, the feeling of euphoria is coming to me right now. Yes, I'm really happy right now.
자, 8강에서 죽음의 조 B.
In the round of 8, you're going to be playing against Group B, the group of the second place of that group.
공교롭게도 그 6년 전 8강 때 패했던 이신영 선수도
And
속해 있더라고요.
you could be playing against Innovation,
저는
who you were defeated by 6 years ago.
재미가 있을 것 같거든요.
So I think it's going to be exciting for you to have a revenge match.
신영이한테 3대 0으로 져가지고.
Well, at the time, I think I lost 3-0 to Innovation.
마지막 8강이 되게 처참했었는데.
So it was a very devastating loss for me.
시간이 많이 지났고.
But a lot of time has passed, and now I hope I can take revenge.
말씀해 주셨는데요. 마지막으로
Okay, we'll look forward to that. So I'm sure your fans are rejoiced. DRG, anything you want to say?
되게 응원을 많이 해주시더라고요.
Well, the fans cheer for me a lot. They supported me.
간 적이 없어서 그런지 모르겠는데.
Maybe because I haven't been to Round of 8 for such a long time.
연습해서 이렇게 좋은 결과.
But I'm happy to have more great results from today's matches.
그리고 연습 도와준 중혁이 재선이 그리고 항상 경기 전에
And
팁을
thank you to all my script masters like Bunny.
이번에도 여러 개 사용했었는데. 다 항상 고맙고.
And I'm just always thankful to my stream partners.
올라갔으니까 조금 욕심 더 부려서.
And now that I move on to round of 8, I want to be a little bit more greedy and move on to round of 4.
궁금하네요. 다시 한번 8강 진출
Once again,
축하드립니다.
DRG, congratulations. Thank you.
Man, what a crazy result here. I mean, this is such a big upset, and I don't know who can stop DRG. I mean, if he can beat TY, then you can beat anybody.
It's not an upset anymore. It's just DRG is back. He's in the shape that he used to be in. And this is fantastic. I'm so excited to see in the round of 8 how he can do.
Yeah, this is going to be very cool. So TY, of course, is not eliminated. He'll be in our final match. And up next, we're going to have Special versus Scarlett.
Yeah, these two have, of course, known each other for so long. Have played against each other plenty of times overseas and inside of Korea.
And we could get the TY versus Special.
Yeah,
final match.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely could occur. Like I am thinking that Special has a little edge here over Scarlett, to be honest.
Think so, yeah. You might be right about that. Crazy. Just so crazy to see TY knock it out first. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our losers match. We'll see you in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
It's enough for an eye in a house made of flames. Where do you hide you?
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해 로우나. 화났어? 미안해. 내가 해줄게. 아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자. 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
라운드 오브 16 TY 스칼렛 스페셜 DRG 아프리카 TV 프리감 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S 더 커밍 스토어.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we have the two foreigners, the only two foreigners that made it to the round of 16 in the first elimination match of Group A. I mean, this is, I'm sorry, of all of round of 16. I mean, this is crazy. We're going to get rid of one of the foreigners, and then that person has to go up against TY. It is likely to be eliminated there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough climb right now. I think that against TY, the thing is he's the best TVT out there. So does Scarlett have a better chance than Special?
I don't know.
Even know.
Scarlett has a very different ZVT than DRG as well.
Yes,
but, you know, Scarlett
I would say so.
Scarlett looks strong. I feel like Special, it's like maybe, I don't know, it's 70-30, odds or something like that. Like Special could beat TY, but
yeah, it's
hard.
possible. It's
Yeah.
possible. Yeah, I'm not sure how this one's gonna go. Like Special didn't look unbeatable. He did look good though. I felt like he looked good against DRG.
This is the most NA match we've ever casted in GSL. Mexican versus Canadian with two American casters. Oh,
It's a sandwich.
It's a sandwich right now. This is just madness. This is going to be the most NA representation you've ever had here in Korea.
Yeah.
Let's
It
do
really
this.
is.
Special versus Scarlett. The loser is the first to be out of the round of 16. Let's go.
한번 시작해볼까? 스페셜 후안 로페스. 브레이브스타 게이밍 스칼렛 사샤 호스팅.
Well, our Toasts were finally here. We all know, everyone knows the great rivalry of Canada and Mexico.
I know.
I mean, how many times have people said, well, thank God there's at least America in between these two countries?
It's, yeah.
And
they would be at war all the time.
All the time.
for sure. And the thing is, they're just like, Canada's like, oh, look at me, I'm the best hat America has, and Mexico's like, look at us, we're the best pants that they have. And it's like, guys, don't fight. You're an excellent hat and you're excellent pants. All right.
That's right.
Gosh.
I don't even know who I want to have win this right now. The two foreigners? What?
Yeah.
This is wrong.
It's wrong.
This is wrong.
They shouldn't be playing each other.
I mean, this is like a match with two great gladiators. But the next TY is the lion that comes out that might eat one of them.
Yeah, you got to be like a sick gladiator to beat the lion.
Yeah.
And that's here's the tricky part about that, right? Because everyone knows that the net and trident is terrible in gladiatorial fights, but if you can beat your opponent with that, you have a much better chance against the lion.
Yeah, net and trident is probably the weapon you want.
Against the lion,
Against the lion,
yes.
yeah, absolutely.
But the sword?
You don't want the Warhammer against the lion.
Oh,
Imagine
geez,
that. Oh,
no.
boy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Waste of time. Drop that on your own head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good point, Artosis.
I know.
Now, today, specials games are kind of funny. By the way, it's continuing on with the trend of just ZBT today.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
We're still on all Starship Troopers
That means
right now.
that Scarlett's going to win.
I think so.
Damn.
Because I see patterns
All
where
right.
they're not. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know who wins with these two. I feel like maybe Special just a little bit, but Scarlett's so clutch that it's hard to call. Like, that game she played against TY was so good.
Yeah, I think if nothing really terrible happens to her and she can get the fourth base up, right? And the fourth base does not die right before she can hold it, that seems to be the area in which I think Scarlett struggles sometimes in this matchup. And to be fair, that's oftentimes the case. It's like,
that's
how
usually
do
the
you
soft spot
robustly
in the
take the
matchup.
fourth base?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, that's where we see her lose a lot of games, is right there. Like, she'll lose the fourth.
Yeah. You know, there's a whole art to cutting corners, but also being ready, you know, for the push that's going to come here.
Mm-hmm.
This game, we have a couple of Hellions coming out here for TY, but nothing. I'm sorry, for Special, but nothing unusual, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the Raven is not super common. I heard people with the patch with the Creep Tumors becoming light. People were saying maybe we'll see more Ravens popping out.
Kind of like it's a science vessel to spot here and just
kind of
clear creep out.
Yeah,
use
detect
the extra money for extra energy for mules.
Yeah, you can kill them pretty quickly with those Hellions. So maybe that's what we're going to see. Maybe it'll just be auto turret harassment though too.
Here comes that the Raven now. Looks like TY is going to try to set up to hit a couple different locations at once. Maybe an auto turret up here, and then the Hellions try to run it somewhere else.
All right, only gets one drone, but some lost mining time.
Yeah, it doesn't look like... Okay, so you see the tactic that was the setup there. He was going to try to catch that line.
I like the idea. Didn't quite work, but if it did...
Oh, hold on. Oh, no. Okay, looks like there's just enough damage being dealt that TY decides to back up.
Special even.
Special. Why do I keep saying TY? I'm so on TY right now. Yeah, Special decides to back up. Sorry. Now, Special, this game is going for stim.
Yeah, it's not going to be a mech type play from him this time. All right, another auto turret goes down. Hey, look at this. We're starting to get some drone kills. 4 drones going down.
And here it looks like, yeah, just enough queens. You don't want to mess around with this. And this is not bad at all here. I mean, the Raven, it doesn't look like it's going to get picked off anytime soon. We have a good number of drones that just keep getting killed over and over and over again.
The upgrades are lined up really well here also. Should be seeing Scarlett thinking about a 4th base relatively soon. Few roaches being made. I wonder if this is just to help zone out those Hellions a little bit more. The Hellions have been pretty relentless.
Yeah, it's been mostly the Queens that are having to try to shoo that away.
Yeah. It's interesting to see them, though. You don't see that as often, the Roaches mixed in.
Yeah, and you can see the Raven. I mean, you know, it's not that expensive to get an auto turret out here.
No,
so every time it's thrown down here, you're going to get 1 or 2 drones.
Yeah, it's doing really well.
I mean, you're basically spending energy to kill off workers. That's the best deal you can really ask for.
That's the name of the game, isn't it? Use free stuff to kill stuff that's not free.
Yeah, or StarCraft 2, but
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was really well done there. You can see these Ravens are really paying for themselves right now. And, you know, with no investment in Aspire, this is just going to keep going.
But it looks like Scarlett set up a spine. There are a few spores out there as well. Some more roaches being made, which I find this kind of interesting to see the roaches thrown in.
She might be pretty uncomfortable here against the idea of like a push just like this one coming up. You know, with the
use the roaches to maybe tank some of the Hellion hits or something like this.
I think so. I mean, Lings alone, it's you get a bad angle and you just lose the fight. 1-1, staggered, but it will finish here for special.
Yeah, Scarlett's is finishing up as well, about 10 seconds later. Man, these auto turrets.
Yeah, how
just
annoying,
are
right?
non-stop. All right, let's see some Ravagers out right now. So it's just turned the... Oh, you know what? I know what's going on now. This is kind of interesting. A very much older style to see Lingbane Ravager. When Legacy of the Void first came out, this was really popular, but it went into Ultra quickly on 3 to 4 base instead of guaranteed 4. But either way, I believe the reason the Ravagers are out is because generally you're going to see a Siege Tank push come up, which is something that can be rather hard for the Lingbane to deal with. Especially if it comes before that Baneling speed.
How many auto turrets have we had cast here?
Has to be
like
6 or 7.
Yeah.
7 or 8 now, maybe? It's a lot.
I mean, each time they're getting at least 1 to 2 drones.
They've been super worthwhile.
Yeah, now here comes that push. Is Scarlett actually prepared? Okay, here we get a shot of her actual army. Ravagers are spread out. I actually think Special just has too much.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the most straightforward losses.
Yeah, the Baneling's just not really connecting. Oh,
the harass
man.
was just too good, and Special's push just wins the game. I mean, that's all there is to it.
Yeah. That's exactly what we're looking at here. Scarlett trying to get her army together here to hold on.
Maybe she'll be able to outlast this, but I do worry. Oh, no, what am I saying? There's way too much down there.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is
GG.
The thing is, if she can make it past this point, she's a phenomenal macro player. It's just holding on against this type of push is so tough. And I like that she tried to utilize some Ravagers that then kill her own hatchery, but
yeah,
they don't quite do the job that she was looking for.
We are going to be going to game 2 now. I mean, there's just no way to recover from this. Even with his siege tank position pretty far out, it doesn't matter. GG Special takes game 1. Let's see if Scarlett can play a little bit better in game 2. But that was a good strategy. I mean, from A to Z, he basically... I mean, Special did exactly what he wanted to do. He chucked down auto turrets, killed a lot of drones. Scarlett was not doing a bad job of defending. You know, one feature about the auto turret ability is it comes out, like, immediately. And then it can kill a drone literally before the drone can run away.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So it's like, you are
basically
getting
always getting value with it.
Yeah.
It was a cool strategy, and the fact that Scarlett didn't have the Spire, like you said, there's not much of a way to get rid of those.
Yeah, you're just going to be like...
Special has to mess up.
You get beaten up over and over and over, and then this sets up very nicely for that push, which we saw was the killing blow.
Yeah. Well done by Special.
Ice and Crow. Our coldest map.
Is it our coldest map?
I think so.
You're probably right about this.
Yeah.
Though we don't really know at what latitude Submarine is at.
Submarine?
Submarine.
Well, guys, Scarlett has to win here, or she is the first player to be eliminated from the round of 16. Our game is loaded up. This is game 2. Let's go.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
foreigner versus foreigner. Meet me in Itaewon.
스페셜 후안 로페스.
Is this WCSNA?
브레이브스타 게이밍 스칼렛. 사샤 호스틴.
Well, that being said, while Mexico is definitely part of North America, not in the WCS or EPT system. It's part of LATAM then.
But for the sake of North America,
yeah,
we've all come together.
That's right, yeah.
Take that, other continents.
The other curtains aren't even good, man. So, this is kind of an interesting opener, right?
Sure.
She's ready for any possible, like, marine rushes with that pull first. I wonder, like, is this going to have some aggression built into it where you know, there's all sorts of builds. Like, if you don't do the SCV Scout against this, okay, well, SCV Scout's coming, so never mind. It's a very quick queen coming out. But yeah, sometimes you can run some lings around the Reaper as it comes out and really annoy that natural command center, slow it down quite a bit, kind of make things tough for your opponent. Obviously, you're losing a little bit by not going hatch first, but I think Scarlett does well with this type of build as well.
Again, this is our fourth Terran versus Zerg. If Special wins here, we will have a Terran versus Terran with Special versus TY. Quick reminder here that, you know, TY in the group selection video was very frustrated, very angry with Special.
Yes, indeed.
So this will be great to see them battle,
yeah,
if we do end up getting that. But Scarlett versus TY will also be an amazing match. So we have the Reaper here in the main. Again, we've seen this a million times, but it looks like this time it might end up actually getting a kill.
Yeah,
oh!
It's a little bit different this time, of course, because it's not a hatchery first type play.
Right.
So I think the second queen a little bit slower here. Pushes it back, doesn't really lose anything, but it was annoying.
Now this time around, I don't know what Special has in store. I know he has like a lot of different builds that he can use, so I'm not sure what to expect really. I do think the most important part of this game is going to be basically whether or not Scarlett is fine on the fourth base. I mean, you've mentioned this in the previous game, but I think it's completely true, is that if she does lose this matchup, it's usually because of some kind of timing attack.
Yeah.
It does seem like she dies a little bit more to timing attacks than some of the other top Zergs, but she also seems like she has some of the best late game if she gets there.
Yeah.
And some of you might be asking yourselves, why would that be the case? So, you know, good macro players are masters at cutting corners and finding shortcuts in their play. But the problem is that that's when you end up dying to a push sometimes, because you're trying to eke out an economic advantage, and a very sharp Terran can kind of come in there and hit you in these very small windows of time where you just don't quite have enough.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is there's like a big range to how you can play against that. I would say a lot of the times, especially in Cyril's past domination, you like look at his play, and I would say that that's the middle line. That's like how you would want to do it, right? And it's very difficult to straddle that perfectly. But then you have players like Scarlett who will sometimes die a little bit more often to that attack. And then you have players, but she'll be in a good position if she gets past there. And then you have players like Dark, where like you are never gonna get that fourth base. It might not even be there yet.
It's so true. There's
and
so
then
many
he'll
games where
just get from slightly behind in the late game. He'll fight back. You know?
Yeah, that's such a true point there. Yeah, Dark never loses to a push.
Not like that, generally.
No.
Even if you kill drones and stuff, he's like, nah, I can play from here. But yeah, very different styles. It's part of the beauty of StarCraft. If everything looked the same, it would be a terrible game.
Yeah. Don't know about this landed Viking here, but
yeah, that
there are Hellions coming in here. I think this was a little bit mistimed here. The Viking probably should have landed a little bit later, but 2 drones are killed. Now, at this point in time, you know, Special can't turn around here, so he's going to have to try to get whatever damage he can get. Some of those Hellions getting stuck there. Liberator here as well. Wow.
Wow, yeah, the Liberator doing some real work. Look at that, getting quite a few drones. Still a Hellion left alive. All right, 11 drones end up falling, so that was pretty significant. That was really good.
Yeah, great play there. Let's see if he can get one more. It looks like he will. Oh,
2 more?
No.
Oh.
13 kills, and Stim is done. When Stim is done, the Terran can start to look for an actual fight. Now, think of how this all sets up. I mean, you kill those workers. Scarlet has to remake them. Those remade workers are not attacking units, which, of course, allows the Terran to have perhaps a stronger push, depending on how well it's controlled. But Scarlet has not remade all workers right now. She's instead making Mutalisks and actually making some Overlords, possibly to make some even more Mutalisks here. And I wonder if there's a possibility that she is hoping to set up to intercept the next attack.
Yeah. I think the Mutas have some chance of getting her back into this, into a better position, but as of right now, it does look very, very good for Special. I'm afraid that she doesn't have the evolution chambers going, right? We're halfway through 1-1 for Special.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that she has anything set up to be in a healthy position if the game is very long.
She's not even going to have Baneling speed when 1-1 is done. So that's a bit scary, right?
These turrets are pretty perfectly placed. There's basically nowhere in the center of the Terran's main that you can do any damage. You can see Scarlet's going to try to damage this refinery, but, I mean, that'll just be repaired, even losing one Muta.
Yeah, good targeting there from Special.
And now I'm really racking my brain to figure out, okay, well, we see the 2 Evo chambers here being made now. So Scarlet's just playing from a losing position here. If this is a race, Special is definitely in the lead, and it's just hard to imagine how exactly Scarlet can catch up to Special.
Well, she has to... Every time we see the Mutas getting caught, it's so painful. You know, she took a lot of damage early on. So she's in this position where her Zerglings and Mutas must keep Special back, because if he hits his normal push coming up, like, it's painful, right? She's down 2 upgrades. Baneling speed is like a third the way done. I feel like if Special moves out right now, could be lights out.
Yeah, this is hard to imagine just on paper when you look at this how exactly Scarlet is going to safely survive into a very, very late game. I think if we can get into a late game, maybe she has a shot, but, you know, especially with the upgrade advantage right now from Special, it's just, you know, it's hard to figure.
But you know what? We have Baneling speed coming to a close here.
Sure.
Special actually did not start 2-2. Which is
weird.
Like, it must just be a mistake, right?
Yeah, I don't.
And yeah, he's making another command center, so it's either a mistake or he's switching into mech. There's only a second factory. You'd see more factories on the way, right? So I think he's actually just made a blunder here, and this is actually something that could allow Scarlet to catch up.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when you're playing Ling Bane Muta, upgrades are very, very important. Because you can't expect your Banes to just all connect. I mean, if they did, you'd never need upgrades. Yeah, look, he just started 2-2, so there's going to be a much smaller window of upgrades being ahead for him.
Scarlet has paused the game.
Okay.
I'll see if we can find out why.
Probably checking, like, are Marines supposed to be able to do that much damage that quickly?
Okay. Yeah, I think your point is completely correct. I mean, Scarlet is about 13 seconds out from having...
Yeah, so there's only going to... If she starts 2-2 right away, instead of having this minute-plus window of 2 upgrade advantage for Special, it's going to be like a 20-second window. A 30-second window, maybe.
Which is enough. If you're behind in upgrades, that's enough time to usually try to avoid a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drag out the engagement.
You can slow things down by 30 seconds.
Okay, I've been informed that Scarlet was having some problems with her mouse. Her cable was tangled, so she wanted to untangle that, and I believe we're already there. So we're going to be hopping back into this game. Both players are confirming that they're ready. Countdown restarted. And we're going to hop back in the game. Anyways, we have Terran Special right now roaming on the map. Scarlett's creep spread is very good, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Her creep spread is on point for sure. 2-2 has started. She's getting her Ling Bane up. She's at 73 drones. And look at the supplies, right? That's like 89 supply of Ling Bane Muta with just a small amount of Ravagers in there. That's legitimate supply. You know, each Ling and Bane is half a supply, so she's got a fighting army now. She's got a good economy. She's got good creep spread, as you mentioned. Wow. Doesn't it? It does feel to me, though, that Special may have missed a window here in this game.
Yeah, well, I mean,
where
this
Scarlett
happens.
was not so strong.
You know, especially when you hear pros cast, they'll always talk about, oh, well, they made this mistake and now the game's over, right? Because pros have to view the game as if it was played perfectly.
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen a lot. And so in this situation,
certainly.
I mean, I think Special did get the lead here, but, you know, he's not a supercomputer. He did miss the upgrades, and maybe this is going to balance out here where Scarlett, I wouldn't say gets ahead from this, but it's more ambiguous who's really in the lead. Now, Special's going to set up the pushes out here. And again, it's not just about upgrades. It's also about engagements. And catches like this are a pretty big deal.
Ooh, some good damage on those medevacs there.
So there's going to be Liberators coming in here at the center right to try to draw some attention away. As Special's going to try to really push his way through this huge area in the middle. I don't know about Scarlett's control there.
I thought that was actually pretty good with the Biles actually hit some of those. A few Banelings actually getting some connections as well. I think she's doing a good job of slowing that down, but the Liberators going to work. Look at this. Oh, no.
What?
Oh,
What?
no.
What? What?
Oh,
What?
no.
What? No,
Oh,
no, no,
no.
no. Oh, this means
That was
she
an
assumes
F2.
that it's been killed.
That was an F2 right there.
Oh my
Pulls
God,
Amita's away,
15.
loses so many more. She lost like 8 more drones because of that. Painful.
All right, this setup over here with the tanks on the high ground, pretty nice.
Ooh, hits medevacs once again.
Doesn't seem like everything is being controlled ideally here. The Thor is the real anti-muta weapon. It's preventing these mutas from just getting in there and tearing up those tanks.
Yeah.
But Scarlett, she may still be able to land on her feet here.
Yeah, her creep spread still looks good. This army is like way up there right now. I wouldn't be too afraid of it as Scarlett, to be perfectly honest. Like, she can mass up and kill that army if she needs to. It's coming down, putting the pressure on. But she's actually down here with the mutas. Doing a bit of harassment, but she's not going to save that hatchery. That's interesting.
Yeah, she might have just decided to sack it. I mean,
well, she's
the
expanded
position,
the bottom right, so I guess so.
Yeah, well, also these mutas can come through and do a lot of damage, and you can kind of see that, you know, for the position that Special's earned doesn't have a whole lot of benefits. Also, those mutas seem to have. Well, hold on, we have another drop coming in over here. There's a lot happening. The tanks and the Thors are cleaned up. There's a lot more Mutalisks being made, by the way. You can see Special's trying to bro in the moment when it's going to matter the most for this fight. But, you know, when you do this kind of play with medevacs, you have to make sure that you're doing enough damage. Otherwise, the medevacs never get out. And you're just hemorrhaging bits of your army.
Well, Special's doing a ton of damage all over the place. A lot of drones have gone down. A lot of areas are not mining anymore. Oh, leaves a mine there as well.
Oh, the hatchery goes down.
Yeah, losing 2 hatcheries is rough. She's down to 4.
You know, every time Scarlett cleans up one mess, Special started another. And this really begins to add up. I mean, we've had a lot of moments where Scarlett has probably taken too much damage. I think we're getting close to the point of this being fatal here.
She has a lot of mutas. That's got to count for something, right?
26 to
that
be
is
exact.
a serious amount of Mutalisks.
Yeah, sometimes when you have this Mutalisk wrecking ball, you can end up where you lose a lot of drones, you take a lot of damage, and then the action seesaws to the other side of the map. And suddenly, Terran does not have enough to actually take on a big air army like this.
Yeah, she's got to watch out for the Thor. She's got to watch out for the Widow Mines here. If it weren't for those two, I feel like she would crush through this army. But as is, it's like, I mean, your mutas can deal a ton of damage here. Okay, she actually dives on the Thor. Great pickup there from Special. Brings back the Thor a bit. And the Marauders in the front making it very hard for the Banelings.
Yeah, as long as the Marines are still here, there's enough DPS that it's very hard to to deal with. Again, the presence of the Thor makes it really hard for these mutas to ever get in there and get a good engage. And you can see the medevac always ready to pick up the Thor at the last second.
Oh, a lot of the banelings connecting on those Marauders. A few decent connections there, but still mines in the back, making it very hard for Scarlett to get a good engage.
And from here, it seems like just barely Scarlett's hanging on, but you know, one bad moment here, one Widow Mine connecting on these mutas, and there's going to be enough firepower that I just don't see any way to stop this army. You can see more and more reinforcements are gathering up. The baneling count is getting smaller and smaller with each engage.
You know what? She got rid of all the mines there, and now she's starting to push everything back. Still has some banelings here, so the Marines having a hard time stopping the mutas. Scarlett flying forward with these mutas as well, and look at that. She clears it, saving her 4th base.
That is some clutch play by Scarlett, driving this all the way back home, hitting the reset button really on this game. And remember, you know, the Marines, you can't get that many at once. I mean, this is so many mutas.
Getting on top of production.
Yes, exactly. She's going to be on top of production. And this means every Marine that comes out will get a few shots off before being shot down and killed.
Yeah, definitely getting some value with these mutas now, even picking off the Widow Mines, which is so important here. You cannot let that splash hit your mutas.
This is the StarCraft equivalent of when the X-Wing shoots down the center of the Death Star here.
Yeah. Oh, the Thor coming
really
out,
saving it here. But, you know, some more Lings. I mean, another Thor's a ways away.
Look at this, the Lings getting in, trying to take out this turret right now, does take it out, starting to pick off some SCVs. Let's not forget, Special has a lot of bases, so if he can hold on, maybe he fights back here.
The armory goes down as well. Scarlett seems to be shying away from giving too much attention to the main now. These Marines, they're high enough in number that I think she's going to have to respect that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Mutila's harassment's pretty much over now. Let's take a look. Let's take a count of where we're at, right? 3-3 upgrades on both sides. 2-1 for those mutas. Wow, no wonder they're so strong. +3 on the way. Both sides starting to rebuild their economy a little bit. The thing is, Special had 5 bases during this. So that's pretty big for Terran.
Yeah, it was a funny moment because she went all the way back there and was hitting the source of all the you know, all the units that are being produced, but yeah, Special has like as much of the map as Scarlett does. He's really making bank right now.
Yeah. Well, I think that was the best move she could make, right? Because like if he can just remake an army out of that and is left alone, even if you kill a base or 2 of his next army's going to walk out and deal some serious damage. So I think it was a great move. It was very hard to break that push at her 4th, but she did it. She chased him down. She got herself back into this. But now Special's coming again.
Okay, good catch here by Scarlett. Free win there. Special seems to have ambitions to try to take out this lower right base. But this is far enough away from everything else that maybe Scarlett can actually trap this army down here, kill it, and try to look for a fight somewhere else. As far as big picture goes, we do have to point out Special is nearly maxed out. Scarlett is really making a lot happen with a little.
Well, she's redroned up at this point. She's trying to buy time with the mutas. I think it's a great type of play, right? Like, if you can let your economy build a little bit, get that Ultralisk Cavern up, and spend your money elsewhere, not just pumping, you know, Ling Bane the whole time, it's definitely going to pay off. But it's a tightrope that she's walking right now. It's a strong army that Special has out. As she's adding in those Ultras, you know, I feel like there's hope is being restored.
Special's coming in here for another attack. And there's been a pretty good minefield laid down here. You'll see this oftentimes with Terrans. They set up their splash around these kind of arcing ridges.
Yeah. It'll be very hard to deal with that.
Yep, good pickup there, but Special just going to rotate to another spot, maybe even in the main here.
Yeah, looks like it. Ultras are out right now. Very Baneling heavy. Chitinous plating is not quite done, so this is not ideal, but it feels like Scarlett does have to get in there a little bit. Ooh, good Banelings.
This hatch, about a 3rd HP. Scarlett has enough Ultras now, though. I think she could just take this fight all the way to the army.
Oh, that mine hit. That had to be targeted.
I think so. Special splitting his army up now. Oh man, there's so much damage being done over here. I think as exciting as it is that Scarlett won that battle at the bottom, she may end up losing the war here because of what's happening at the very top part of the map here. 2 big attacks, both doing a piercing amount of damage, but Scarlett is just taking this all the way to special. We're almost to production now. The Spire has been sniped.
The Spire getting sniped is so painful. I had +2 carapace halfway done for these mutas.
Dude,
but
this is...
the game is looking like it's might be even wrapping up here.
Yeah, I think so. Well, hold on a second. I mean, this is enough mutas with the ultras, with the Banes. I think that you end up taking out the Terran's production and everything else falls into place. I have to imagine Scarlett has enough to hold off the push that's happening on her side of the map, right?
Well, she just lost 2 hatcheries to it, so let's not be entirely sure about that right now. It's still pushing around a little bit. Looks like he's going to start to fall back.
I think Scarlett won.
I think you're right.
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy win here.
A miraculous game.
This is just something else, man.
Well, Scarlett really showing what she's made of here. Seriously.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, look, all Special can do. Yeah, there's no way he's going to get his army over there. This is it. This is game. What a technical takedown. Damn.
Beautifully, beautifully done. Special still microing his heart out. He's got a little bit of Bjorn in him.
Yeah, that's it. This is the death throes of Special here in Game 2. I can't believe it. We're going to go to Game 3. GG.
Sick game. Really great recovery from Scarlett. She took a lot of drone damage early on. Her upgrades were much slower than Special's. Things were not going right, but she kind of showed what we were talking about, right? If she can't get into these late game scenarios where she's not 100% dead, she plays very well.
That was a crazy game. You know, it's exciting and fun for us to see, but we also, in that camera shot of the 2 players, we saw Scarlett shaking her head. That is also not the way you want to have won.
Yeah, well,
it's epic, but you know, there was a lot of bumps in the road there.
Well, she knows she could have gone 0-2 right there very easily.
Sure, yeah.
Very easily.
A narrow victory. We're going to the last game for these 2 players. One will be eliminated, the first player out of the round of 16. Special and Scarlett, the only 2 non-Korean players. It's hard to get more non-Koreans here with the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
So it's unfortunate we're having some cannibalism here in this group. Game 3 is now ready. Pillars of Gold is our map. Let's do this. Special for Scarlett, the final match.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 스페셜 후안 로페스. 브레이브스타 게이밍 스칼렛, 사샤 호스틴.
All right. Hoping that we can have another epic macro game here.
I think we will. We didn't have any barracks thrown down in the middle of the map.
That's a relief.
These 2 players have been very good friends for a long time, so they really know, how each other think.
Yeah, for sure.
A big part of StarCraft isn't just playing and getting good mechanically. It's having a lot of theory and kind of trying to understand what you're doing and why and, the ins and outs of that. So, we've said this before, but I think it rings true here as well, is there's a lot of mind games we can't even fully follow for how well these players know each other.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's definitely the fact.
What a weird win that was in Game 2. Usually StarCraft games, StarCraft 1 or 2, are won because you killed the last base that mattered.
Yeah.
And for people that really don't play and don't know, the game that well at all, a lot of times the losses seem confusing, right? Because you'll see a fight happen, and then, I've had people say, well, they still had all those bases, right? I mean, why would they leave then? And you think, oh, okay, yeah, you don't see they know that at that point in time they're not going to have the money to ever fund their way out of a problem, you know. And so when that last base is killed, and you can see, based off experience, there's just no way to get another base up, you know the game's going to snowball. That's why we never see them destroy all the buildings to win, or very rarely. We occasionally have that.
It has to be a very strange circumstance.
But that victory back there was special because, or was unique, I should say, just so it's not misleading with this guy's ID, was unique because Scarlet was just literally on top of every last production building with enough units that even though Special had other bases mining, it didn't matter because he couldn't make anything.
Yeah, and that's unique to Terran, right? Because Zerg hatcheries would be spread out, so you can always kind of make some units.
Right.
Protoss can warp in, so you can kind of just warp in a different location even if they're near your gates. Whereas with Terran, it's like, well, you never really spread out your production. Occasionally you see like a factory at a third base or a couple barracks as part of a wall. But it's like your production's all together, your units are terrible alone. So this area is sacred. If anyone's in here, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's why you can see victories like that occasionally pop up from Zerg. More oftentimes it'll be like a warp prism where as your Marines pop out, Zealots are killing them, right?
Yeah.
And that can be a frustrating way to lose because it's like, well, you have all these bases, you're doing all these other things well, but suddenly your production is screwed up, and what can you do from there?
Another example of this that could happen to Zergs is you'll see someone come in there and just kill the hive and all the tech buildings.
Yeah, it does happen.
It happens on Golden Wall sometimes.
Yeah,
almost happened to Scarlet versus TY, yeah.
Pretty much.
But that's one of those moments where because the tech has all been reset, it's, you know, the Zerg can never get back to the level of sophistication that the Terran has army-wise. So these are some other much less common ways that games are won or lost.
Well, right now, this is a BC rush from Special, but as he sees the roaches coming out, BCs take too long, so making a Banshee here. Try to push back this little roach push. How many roaches is it exactly? Do you know?
I didn't see. But this is a cool play here.
Well, with the Banshee coming out, I can't imagine it really doing much. Look, the bunker's going to be finishing. Yeah, it's like, what are you really going to get here? Maybe you get a couple SCVs, maybe you get a depot, but it's not going to do critical damage, that's for sure.
Right. So they're going to turn around. Zerg drones up behind us. And now the battlecruiser can be started. Because the Banshee is what is made to try to mute the pressure coming from the Zerg. But I don't know how much this really trips up Special, to be honest. I actually just don't. I mean, I think he's still going to get his BC out.
Yeah. No, I think he's happy with what's happened. You want Zerg to have all these roaches and Ravagers that aren't really doing much.
Yeah.
Oh, 7 drones right there. Don't forget there's a BC on the way.
Okay, but we got a Ling run by. Oh, she actually could have gotten up there, but she second-guessed herself there. And now we have some more SCVs that are going to be killed here. Actually, only 2. Less than I thought.
The Hellions still roaming about. BC's about to pop out.
Once again, the Hellions can come through. Are there going to be stray drones that can be picked off? It looks like there will be.
Or just straight up a mineral patch. Oh, man.
8 drones killed.
8 more, yeah. How many have actually died so far this game? Oh, look at that.
Uh-oh.
Oh, actually, great biles.
Yeah, that's actually pretty sick.
Yeah. Kind of, maybe he just hit it there and didn't realize.
We basically never get to see battlecruisers picked off. I thought maybe we'd have a chance for it here, but it seems like now Specials moved this up to this area in the main, and he didn't do that much with it, but as we go big picture now, it's 9 drones are killed.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of drone damage has occurred to Scarlet, but she's drawn right back up. The BC didn't do nearly as much as it wanted to due to those biles, but picking off some Overlords, doing a little bit of damage here and there. Good stuff.
Yeah, we have the Banshee. Just trying to make sure that no base is taken right in that spot over there. You'll instantly gun down the drone. Now, Scarlet is actually expanding to the bottom right corner. I don't know if that's what she wanted to do all along or if this is actually an answer to a response to the Banshee that was on patrol.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. It's a good point. Certainly not an answer to the battlecruiser, which can teleport anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, well, she has a +1 range on the way along with the carapace. So it makes me wonder, like, is this just going to be a roach play? Because this is bio. A lot of times Special does like to go into mech, but this comes back to those... I guess she actually did scout an upgrading tech lab on the barracks, but that doesn't always mean something, right? There's a lot of trickery that can occur. It's just this composition against Special's bio play. I guess we did see DRG beat Special with this, right? Special kind of did an attack, and there was enough roaches to hold, and then the counter ended up killing Special.
Yeah, that was one of the weirder games that we had.
But this game, I see a second factory on the way. So I see that, and it's like, a lot of siege tanks are going to do well.
We're in the most critical point of the game here for Scarlet. It's the Zerg getting the 4th base up. You have to know there's going to be a push around the corner. +1 attack and armor just finished for infantry for Special. So now we got to see, you know, is Scarlet equipped? Can she fend this off? Usually if Scarlet gets past this phase of the game without too much damage, I mean, then she can usually crush through. The problem is Special is one of these Terrans that's like, I mean, he plays a lot, man. He puts in a lot of games. His mechanics is really good.
Yeah.
You know, he almost always trades efficiently.
By the way, I'm really not sure what Scarlet's doing now. She has Roach Ravager out.
11 mutas.
Yeah, making 11 mutas, but also the Hydralisk Den just finished. So that's like everything except Baneling speed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the mutas come in to fight this BC a bit.
And this is just not going to do anything, so jumping away.
A Lurker Den.
Oh, that's cool.
That is interesting. Okay, so we went Roach Ravager into mutas, into Lurkers. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I mean, I'm naming things that I see on the production tab. Don't mistake that for me and knowing and having seen this before. It's a scary push that's coming up right now.
Good catch there. Takes out that tank. And here we go. This is at least this is the climax of the game, at least for now here. The push on the 4th. Scarlet is taking her 5th.
See if she can get some good vials down. No. Just throws those out, kind of zones the Marines out for a moment. Oh, the Muta's coming back for a bit of a flank. Going to be able to pick off this siege tank, which is actually a pretty good kill.
Yeah, if she gets the tank here, then these Marines are, you know, nowhere near as strong. But the hatchery could go down.
Yeah, the hatchery is definitely going to fall. But, I mean, this is not as much end of the world as sometimes losing that 4th is, right?
Right. Wow. Okay, so she drives most of the Terran army out.
Yeah.
But she lost her hatchery. So there's a little bit of trading here. I mean, ideally for the Zerg, you save the hatch, you kill the army. Ideally for the Terran, you kill the... Well, you just end the game there, basically. So Scarlet, you know, she has a backup base. This was supposed to be her 5th, but now it's her new 4th base. But Terran is not finished yet. Special wants to keep moving. Special wants to try to get a closer here. And he's setting it up pretty nicely. Again, denying that other 4th base. The remake, the sequel.
Yeah. She needs to make sure she doesn't lose this 4th base that Special's pushing into right now. And yeah, she has more than enough right there.
Yeah, she's got a pretty ridiculously big army here.
Yeah. Now, she's getting to Lurkers. I look at this position just standalone, right? And it feels better for Special right now. But the fact that her hive is about to finish and he's not at her front door, if you can get into Lurker Viper, I think a player like Scarlet can really utilize that to great effect and great cost efficiency.
Now remember, that first push, it succeeded in denying that base, and I don't think Special lost that much of the army. Like this infantry here, a lot of this is from earlier. A new push is coming out here. I think there's 4 tanks total.
Yeah.
And so this is really where Scarlet needs to not die.
Yes.
Because if she loses here, I think she loses the game.
She can actually bile those down, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, look at this. All right, pushes forward. We see a bunch of biles get shot out. Okay, it looks like only 1 siege tank left, so it's going to be hard to break through those Lurkers now.
Scarlet diving on the battlecruiser. Special needs to warp that away if he can.
Yeah, it might be used up already. Oh my gosh. BC continues to gain value. Special's army backing up. So yeah, we're getting into this phase now, right? We have the Vipers finally now on the way. Special's trying to get some harassment done. Scarlet as well.
Yeah, now Special's decided to not try to push that fourth, instead going to drop here in the main. And he's looking for a place to push through here, but I start to feel like, you know, once this drop here is cleaned up, Special's not really doing that much damage anywhere, is he? I mean, Scarlet's now back up to 5 bases. Seems like that center left base is going to be fine.
Yeah, like, I think that the power of Special here is mostly that he's building a siege tank force. But as the Vipers get charged up, right, like, I mean, he's still getting some stuff done.
The Mutas are still cleaning up, doing a pretty nice job here. Oh my God, Special targets down the hatchery.
All right,
that's pretty
strong
big.
Kill. Good strong kill, but
did Special overextend here? I don't know. He won that fight, but he gave up a lot.
Yeah, he's doing damage, but he has not won the war yet, because Scarlet now is finally into this kind of final tech that we were talking about before. Some Zerg players play with like a Lurker Viper type style against Terran. You know, Blinding Cloud and Abduct, of course, both very, very strong. So as she continues to finish up those upgrades and build that composition, it's like, okay, again, it looks like Special has done a lot of good things and is probably winning, but the cost efficiency is still pretty good for Scarlet here.
It's a funny thing when you see army sacrifice to dive on a hatchery or command center or nexus, because almost always you end up getting the kill, right? But then, you know, you didn't trade anything, right? So Scarlet still has a decent army.
Yeah, do you have that base, that core of your army still alive? That can be a lot of value for you, that maybe more so than an expansion.
A drop comes in here and a push down here at the 5th.
Yeah, the Vipers actually went towards the main base. So without Vipers here, this is actually a little bit difficult. Okay, if Viper does fly up here,
wow,
those
just
Lurkers
completely shuts this down. Great play here. Now I think Scarlet is she's kind of cleaning up everywhere.
This BC is getting stupid at this point.
I know, this is getting a little bit ridiculous.
I actually can't believe that this BC is still here, still doing this. It's like 4 denials on this hatchery now.
Let's just keep the camera here. This is,
oh my God, yeah. It's gonna kill it.
Yeah, that's it. How annoying.
That one BC. So many problems have been caused.
Now, the Lurkers are good if you can harpoon the tanks into the... Well, there's that as well, I guess.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Special's done a decent job, but he hasn't really stopped Scarlet. He's just slowed her down, you know? Okay, 3 more tanks down here, harpooning the Ghost now.
Well, anything you can abduct, it is gaining value for you.
Right.
And she does need to gain value, right? Of course, Blinding Clouds can be really useful here as well.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, Special has, like, kind of a dinky army that he's moving around with. It's not that strong, but it is in some ways getting the job done. If Special could keep Scarlet contained and basically not allow Scarlet to take the 2 bottom right bases that we saw she was trying to get earlier, that's another way to win this.
Yeah, yeah. You can see that Special is kind of all over the place right now, which is a great way to play against this type of spellcaster siege army.
Even 1 Reaper there for a second. Did you see that?
Oh. A lot of damage being dealt on both sides, really. Scarlet just needs to kind of shut this all down and get a little bit of breathing room. See the energy getting very low here. There are EMPs coming out. Yeah, beautiful EMPs there. Just be careful about not killing buildings with their own Vipers at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. again, it seems like always Scarlett just barely has enough, but you know, if this game continues on and it continues to look like this, where it's Scarlett just barely not dying on the bases she has, she's never stopped Terran from outgrowing her. That's the real concern here.
Because she needs to shut this down, have breathing room for a moment, kind of get everything in line. And the thing is, she's still being pretty efficient because Special is mining a hell of a lot right now, but Scarlett is staying maxed out, is keeping alive, but she is going to need to take more bases. And she needs Special to chill if she's going to do that. Look at that BC.
Are we ever going to get the closure we needed
here? Get away, BC!
Ah!
Oh.
Yes.
Well, it did its job, that's for sure. 18 minutes in, it finally goes down.
Oh, great EMP.
That EMP, insanity.
She's got to be careful. She started to...
yeah, you're going to have to start splitting those up.
Yeah.
Because that's just too brutal. Imagine if you have just a few spells right now. Like, 2 Blinding Clouds. Oh my god, amazing.
Well, that play might be what allows Special to close this out.
It might be. It was a huge
Because now
EMP.
the siege tanks are too much of a threat. There's no Ravagers here to try to peg the tanks from a distance.
All right, coming back right now. See if any spells can get cast.
Yeah, is it too little too late, though?
Another EMP. Huge EMP.
Damn, yeah, good call there. More and more tanks are coming here. I've lost count of how many times the bottom right base has been taken, but it's up again. So, problem is now these tanks can start to pelt the hatchery.
Yeah, look at this. She's frantically trying to get energy on these Vipers because that is the counter to these siege tanks. The siege tanks are just gaining a huge amount of value. The ghosts with those enhanced shockwaves having such an easy time of eliminating the energy on the Vipers.
Oh, the damage those Hydras had to eat as they try to come up here to cover this other base.
Yeah.
Now, there were some Roaches doing damage like we saw earlier. I don't know if that's going to be cleaned up or saved. I'm not even sure, actually, if Scarlett's aware of the presence of the upper left base. I don't know. Like this base here, I have no idea if she even knows about that.
She probably like assumes that he has at least one more base at this point because that's his caliber. All right, she's getting some good abducts off. Gotta be careful about that EMP though.
Yeah, there's still a ghost in with this army.
Yeah, another EMP goes down.
Oh, the EMP is...
Yeah, there's no lurkers here either. This might be the end for Scarlett.
GG. Special takes it with EMP after EMP after EMP. Scarlett had the tools necessary to stop the push, but didn't have, wasn't able to use them to defend because the EMPs kept muting the Vipers. No abducts allowed. And Scarlett wins, I'm sorry, a Special wins, and so now we're going to have TVT.
Well, Scarlett put out some great games tonight. Unfortunately, not quite enough. Well, we'll see her next season, no doubt.
We have our final match coming up, Special versus TY, to see who gets out second to the round of 16. Don't go away. We will be right back.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 나이스. 됐어.
아 미안해 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
Hit it, boys.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
네, 모르겠습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 이거 쓸 수가
아니,
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면, 16:10 최적의 화면비, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 라면이요.
자, 이게 조금만 들어주세요.
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 잠깐. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
숙취 이제 탄산으로. 청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 취했나?
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼. 야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게. 야, 어디가?
금방 와.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
시작했습니다.
라운드 오브 16 T1 Scarlet 스페셜 DRG 아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S The Coming Storm.
Okay, we're here at the end. A TVT finally. Special versus TY. Scarlett has been eliminated. DRG, don't forget, he got out first. Ahead of a GSL Code S champion. Special and TY, a little bit of friction here. TY not happy with Special right now.
Yeah, he was pretty pissed at the group selection, but I saw them walking out together towards their booths, and I didn't feel an overwhelming sense of negativity at that
felt
point.
Pure hatred.
Yes. TY wants Special out.
Let's go to Deathra. Special versus TY.
This could be a crazy series.
Should be a long series.
I think so.
I don't know what Special's going to do. TY, I put him a rank ahead. Anyways, our game's ready. The final best of 3 for Group A. Let's go!
한번 시작해 볼까?
Of course.
Yes.
There will probably be multiple mind games between these two. They know each other super well. They share their builds. They practice together.
One Rex, 2 Rex. And this is coming from TY. Now, I do believe, like you were just saying this, you know, there's going to be mind games going on here. I think part of this might be that TY just doesn't really do this when they play at all.
Maybe.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe that's it. Or maybe this is what Special's weak to.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows that Special prefers tech heavy or fast expand, like whatever it might be that he's trying to counter here.
But play like this, it can be a double-edged sword. You know, you don't do damage right away, and the other player can take a lead.
Special not scouting for it, so he's going to find out a little bit late.
There's that big elephant skull. Zerg, pay attention, man. You want to get units that size. 30 supply.
I don't like hero units in games.
Not a hero unit. You can get a bunch of them. Well, you think it's the leader of the Zerg? The elephant?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, we got to give him a Zergy name.
Have you ever seen that elephant that can paint?
Yeah.
That could lead the Zerg.
Maybe.
Okay, Special knows what's up now.
Yeah, the lack of barracks.
It's a good thing he has to be scouted. So he'll make a second Reaper. Oh, he actually makes a Marine instead. But he is making a bunker, very important.
The bunker's positioned to stop anything from jumping up.
But what if it jumps up over there?
Ah! Okay, he backs up. Second Reaper here. A bunker on the low ground. That's kind of novel.
Yeah, that's cute, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't expect that, but I think it kind of makes sense. I mean, the Reapers can heal, and you are getting a contain on them, right? I mean, unless they float something. Oh, oh, oh!
I really think.
Oh!
Oh, that was important. I really think he should put that Marine in the bunker. Let it heal up. All right, there's going to be a Hellion out here shortly, so I think that Special's going to be fine. You know, I guess with that bunker there, you force him to make either a Cyclone or Siege Tank, right?
I think so, yeah.
So you're not going to really kill it any other way.
So now we're staying on high pressure one base play still. Yeah, I mean you have to get rid of the bunker, right? And the Reapers, when the bunker's going to go down, they can always run away. Not that the Reaper is that useful in a long, long game, but...
Yeah. They do a little bit,
And just like what is common in the meta of 2 racks play, once you've identified, okay, I'm not going to do any more damage here, you take one barracks, you just float it in the main to do scouting. The other barracks is sent back home for production.
I gotta say, that's kind of some nice harassment. Maybe he kills like a depot, whatever.
A depot.
But, yeah. But I feel like Special really got ahead a bit from this, because they're basically making the same stuff, except he's also making a command center,
Hold up.
And then he just dies to this.
Yeah, I think there was not enough appreciation from Special here about how many Reapers this is.
But there was no appreciation from TY about the Protoss that got picked into his group!
Oh, he saves the depot here, too. The Depot.
Tepit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now Special will get the CC done. Again, guys, TY is the player that won Season 1 of GSL. Our first GSL where we couldn't have an audience.
Yeah.
GSL Apocalypse Edition. We're here in Season 2, but TY did something really incredible. I mean, a commentator, he commentated the tournament and then he won it.
That's pretty cool.
He's like an anime protagonist.
He is like that.
He's like, oh, I'm top in my class, and also I can talk to ghosts, and I'm the best on my tennis team at my school. It's like, okay, buddy.
I know exactly which animes you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's actually medevac on the way here.
Oh, nice.
I like it.
See you later. Alligator.
Oh, man.
This is good.
I actually locked onto a SC that was going into the gas. It's like not the best lock on.
We give him a little bit too much credit there.
I love the idea, though, of the Cyclone drops.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
That's like the Immortal, the Terran Immortal.
Yeah.
It's like, I do too much in the early game. Hi.
They do say that. That's one of the things they say when you
click
on them. So the barracks is landed over there in the minerals to make mining inefficient there.
Okay, so Special's getting Banshee speed right now.
What a unique TVT this is.
Yeah, this is turning very cool.
So the Banshee's going to come. Now remember, the first one was shot down. It looks like he should be ready for the second. I mean, there's a Raven. There's all the tools necessary to take the Banshee on. It's curious to see that Special's really investing into Banshees now,
Well, he definitely wants to go mech, so I think he's just like, okay, I'm going to have some speed Banshees in here. Ooh.
Oh, sneaky snake Banshee.
Yeah, the Raven is flying way far away, but there is a second one about to pop out. Let's see how much damage he gets done first.
Okay, that's it. Into the swamps.
Brutal.
Yeah.
He's lost 2 Banshees. He's killed 3 SCVs. He's getting Banshee speed for a non-existent Banshee. Well, I guess he is one.
Let's get another one out here, too. That's the 3rd Banshee to be made this game.
Yeah. So mech for him. I think we're actually going to see mech for TY as well. He hasn't confirmed it with additional factories yet, but it definitely looks that way.
Mm-hmm. Could be a pretty slow game.
Yeah,
depending on the circumstances.
It's likely to be long.
Oh, nice. Ooh. He actually snipes that.
Doesn't lose one of his own either.
Nicely done. Uh-oh. See that? The Cyclone's mad. His eyes are red.
It's funny how they only get red after their upgrade.
Yeah, that's how you know that they're the bad guys, the ones with the red eyes.
Damn.
Yeah. We're so angry. Moving shot. Turrets come down. More SCVs are killed. It seems like TY wants to set up, do some damage, but I mean, how much is really getting chipped away at here? I mean, TY, his army was whittled down when it got about halfway across the map. Love the second turret here.
Yeah.
Right when he sees that the movement is going to be, SCVs coming back out over here. A second Raven. Now we saw this happen earlier.
This is actually giving TY a pretty decent worker advantage now.
Yeah.
He's landed his third. Look at this. Throws another one down.
Oh my God, he's gonna get the Banshee. Oh!
I think he lost that Banshee.
Yeah, the turret.
All these speed Banshees, what are they even doing? Nothing.
They're speed dying.
Whoa. That's not what the upgrade's even for.
No, it's not. Well, the third is set up now. TY got his later, but you know he does have a worker lead here.
All right. So after all of that, yeah, look at all those Banshees that have died. Speed dying.
Huh.
Oh, it actually is going to be bio from TY.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
okay.
special-
That actually makes the game more interesting, I think.
Yeah, special. Still wanting to go the mech route here. We see that with the 3 factories.
Yeah, I feel a little bit better for special now. It was feeling extra bad before with the amount of damage that he took from some of this harass. Oh man. But now that it's actually he's going mech against bio, it's almost as if those bits of damage he took, like he can recoup those a bit more easily, right, through the cost efficiency of mech.
Yeah. 3 Banshees out now. So we've gone up to 6 Banshees made this game. I think, maybe more? I think. And you know, this is a kind of a cool idea, except that the Vikings can just shoot it down.
Shoot what down?
Oh, no, shoot that down.
Oh, that was a Marine, though. Hey, this is cool.
Crazy how much you can actually do with this when they're not right next to the Vikings.
And honestly, if you look at how much damage was done, he lost 1 Banshee. He killed like 4 Marines and some siege tanks, some SCVs. Like that was good. That's high quality.
But I would say overall, the amount of Banshees that have been made, this has not been cost efficient. Or how much have actually been killed off here. And again, I mean, think of this, not just the workers killed, but the lost mining time. I know that auto turrets don't last that long, and that's probably a good thing because they'd be ridiculously strong if they could. But this is just interruption after interruption after interruption.
Never ending. Look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, finally gets that one. This one's not done, though.
Banshee's on the move again. Whoa! That's how fast they go.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
That is awfully fast. Now, if only a charge lot was driving those Banshees.
Nice snipe on the tank. Remember, I mean, special in the long run is just going to have more tanks if he's a mech player, right?
Oh, yes.
But
absolutely.
These snipes coming in here with the Banshees killing off the few tanks that TY actually has, very smart.
Well, it's really important because TY is producing a lot of tanks. A lot of times when you play bio against mech, you either go for 2 to 3 factory siege tank with it, or you flip into Sky Terran real quickly.
Right, right.
Or you do that crazy thing where you're just like, oh, 1,000,000 barracks in all the bases. But
yeah.
No one really does that anymore. That's like a Wings Liberty thing.
Okay, the Banshee goes down. Ooh, stimmed units in this thing. Whoa, look at that.
Yeah,
Oh, God. Oh, God, stop him.
I don't know why he thought he could fight outside of a Wla.
Yeah. Now, it's still 3 base versus 3 base. And this base looks fairly exposed. I mean, it's a planetary there, but if you get tanks in range of that.
You know, he needs some siege tanks actually in position now. He's trying to use that Quicula.
It's pretty cute. TY is opening up parts of the map so that his reinforcements have a pretty quick path here. 4 tech labs on the factory, so that could be up to 4 tanks at a time, depending. Now, you know, when you see mech versus bio early on, the bio player does tend to get map control first.
Yeah, yeah.
Small numbers of Marines and Marauders do give you active control of the map pretty early, and we're seeing that here now, by the way.
Yeah, you really need a critical mass of mech to actually deal with that, and they're more mobile, so they have a lot of counterattack potential. So definitely we should see TY continue to have that map control, but you can see that special, he's going for the kind of long term, right? He's making more siege tanks.
Right.
You know, his army will be very, very strong. We're getting ready, though, on TY's side for the switch into air. Sky Terran can counter just straight up mech. So that's something that if Special doesn't figure that out, he might just get blindsided.
Special. I don't see any tanks over here. Oh, nope, they're just above the screen, excuse me. But I think that TY can still wedge his way into this spot and start hammering this command center.
Yeah,
look at this.
He's doing exactly that.
He's going to get the gas. The CC is going to have to lift or be repaired or something.
Yeah, that's highly annoying.
Special can't just sit here on this. TY has more bases. We have one tank coming here. But oh, my God. And TY is going to set up another attack here. This CC is going to go down.
Ooh, he lifts it up. Lifts it up. But what about this drop coming into his 4th base?
Yeah, what about it? It's going to come right on top of these tanks.
Oh, is that good? I think that's bad.
No, that's very, very bad. But
so he killed like 1 tank with that. So, well, you win some, you lose some, right?
Well, keep in mind it's Terran on 3 bases versus TY on 5. Until this command center lands, it's, you know, Special kind of hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this might get him thinking about the switch, right? Like the fact that he has to make a Liberator to push this back. Like sometimes you need to get out of just your regular mode and have something like that happen, right? Now that he sees the Vikings come up, oh, this is really good for Special, I think. Just seeing Vikings come up, I think tells you, oh my God, he's going mass racks now. Oh, that's so cool.
You look extra cool for saying that because you mentioned it earlier, and you're like, but Kai's probably not.
Yeah, well, you normally don't do it. But if your opponent is switching into the more flimsy anti-Sky Terran army, bio-wrecks that.
Yeah, lots of Marauders. Now, here we have a real battering ram of an army moving through the map, through the center here. But again, the infantry army is usually a little bit more nimble, so you can always try to move around this, counterattack, ambush it with drops. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I think we're going to see an attack up here close to 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
But Special is just going to sit right in the middle of all of this. We can see immediately TY is going to ditch his position over here and try to sandbag the progress of his opponent. Good catch here, taking out the tanks.
Yeah, that's a very good pickoff. He definitely needs moves like that right now because Special doing some serious damage. Look at how many siege tanks he has in here. So he's got like a semi-critical mass actually attacking TY, and then he's got enough at home to defend as well. And this is like a kind of nightmare scenario. How many command centers is he going to kill?
It's never enough for him, man. This is a big blow here. TY losing this part of the map, but okay, hold up! Hold up! That is an incredible drop there. That was like all the tanks. I mean, there's nothing left tank-wise, and I think that this could be a pretty big swing. I think from here, we have to have a counterattack here from TY.
Yeah. Well, if Special can hold on to the bases that he has right now, he'll be completely fine. But he just lost a lot of units, and that is a big standing force from TY right now. Okay, he actually scouts these barracks. This is kind of like a funny thing to scout.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay.
I guess I better fight this. Now, I think this could still basically be saved here. Hellbats are not great against infantry.
Watching them try to run away from Marauders is like the saddest
They're already
thing.
so slow. Well, I think he could just swarm this base up here.
He can definitely knock that out. Not an issue at all.
Even with SCVs repairing, I think it might still be too much. Oh, maybe not.
Or, as the Hellions come in and massacre the Marines, he ends up losing it, but kills a decent amount, to be honest.
Yep, so again, it's a Special on 4 bases. Nice. Oh, well. That's kind of a funny moment.
Yeah. That is a cool-looking spell. I'll give it to him.
Okay, we've got the tank push coming through now. Is TY going to be ready? We've finally seen those tanks remade.
Yeah, they're both at about the same supply right now. Special coming up with another very, very scary army. Oh, that is a gigantic counterattack. Special cannot hold that. Oh my God, I think TY might actually be able to break him there.
Yeah, but this is a lot of tanks, and he's almost to the production. Oh, but the same is true over here for TY. His units do damage a little bit more quickly. SCV's pulled anything to try to buy a little bit more time.
Oh my God. I think that this is good for TY right now. Like, look, He's actually... I don't know. This is crazy. It's just, nothing's going to pop out of factories and do much here.
Yeah, well, even with the disables here, taking out those remaining tanks, the factories have to be floated.
The disables are actually huge. He disabled the tank at the ramp and then those two.
But then at the same time, how are you going to deal with this many tanks?
Well, you have barracks actually everywhere on the map. You could whittle this down over time, whereas this army needs to stay together.
Yeah, I guess you just want to buy time here, right?
I think so.
Let's try to outlast him.
I think so. Like, we don't have any production for Special is the problem. You're going to see his money shoot up, but not TY's as much, I would say.
Okay, this is a weird game.
Yeah.
Certainly these 4 barracks at the top right are really significant. A few Vikings here are really saving the day, by the way, right now for TY. Oh, the auto turrets, it's so smart. Oh, it's funny. I guess that disable was sort of kind of worth it.
Yeah, now that the air control actually goes to TY as well, so this is looking more and more like TY is going to be able to take this down. If Special just had some production, but he just does not.
Yeah, gosh, these guys are really evenly matched. This is kind of crazy.
This has been a great game.
Yeah, I think you've correctly pointed it out, Artos. It seems like this should go to TY. But, you know, again, this is still a high number of Vikings. I'm not clear on the income here on either side.
Well, right now we have a Special starting to get some factories up at that third base. You saw TY just scanned to check out, okay, what exactly am I dealing with here? Yeah.
But the infantry can come down here. No planetary to help defend. And, you know, the Hellions alone are not going to cut it. But,
Special needs to get something
maybe
done here,
if Special can come back with his tanks and try to protect himself.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know, though.
It's so hard. It's just TY's going to outmaneuver him non-stop with this type of army. I think that Special put up a great fight and definitely could have won this game. And he still has bases, so I don't want to, like, call it, but it's over, man. Like, his army's still okay. It's just TY's still making army. He has barracks all over the place. He has some technical air units right now, like Ravens. He has, I saw 1 or 2 Liberators in there. It's a big deal.
You can see how mobility tends to go to the infantry player here. Oh my God. No more SCVs killed. Yeah, the infantry army can stim and pick up and run around. You know, the tanks, they're required to siege like this. And I mean, you can see right here, 1 shot out of 3 tanks. GG. TY takes game 1 and one of the better TVTs I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was a great one. It's a great one. Very, very close. Again, could have gone to Special. That was as good as any of the games Kier played against TY in the finals, to be honest.
Yeah.
So pushing TY kind of to the limits of his TVT there.
So our previous GSL Season 1 champ has managed to beat one of his closest friends, Special, in 1 game. But Special, he made TY work for it. That much is clear.
Yeah. I mean, TY just jumped into the main base. He had those disables so that he could retain his army. And, you know, if you lose your factories, ain't that something?
Everdream for map number 2. Special looks strong, but TY just seems to know a little bit, you know, further down the line how to execute every single task. He really is on the forefront of TVT strategically and tactically. But maybe Special can cause an upset and bring us to game 3. By the way, game 2 is loaded up. Let's continue Special versus TY.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Dun, dun, dun.
The shoe is on the other foot.
That's right. The barracks is on the other side of the map. Look at that big cartoon drill the SCV carries around.
I know, yeah.
Special, how could you?
So,
Jeez.
It's different from what TY did to him. This is a single proxy barracks.
Will he make a factory as well?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, we've seen stuff in the past where it'll be like you make something out of the barracks, and then you go like a factory with a cyclone, use the barracks as a spot or something like that. I don't think it'll be that, but I guess we wait and see. It's obvious you have to go factory behind this. Just, is it at home? Is it proxied?
Could be either one. Hard to say, right?
I would lean towards at home. Maybe more likely a proxy starport for like a Liberator. If your opponent doesn't have a Cyclone, that will really mess you up.
If it was proxied in the other location near the main, I would say maybe he's going to drop, and he does want a factory there. But it seems like in this spot, probably going to be factory at home. But we'll see. There it is. Boop.
No big surprise. All right, his Reaper's going to come out, and he's going to have the Reaper SCV combo here, so it's going to stall out. And SCV is actually coming down right now.
TY.
But he'll have the first shot.
A disturbance in the force. I've got to warn TY. So we have the duel now with the two Reapers.
TY outplaying.
Oh my gosh, if TY can kill this SCV. Damn, good setup there with the mine. Does allow him to get away.
Well, Special's about to have a second Reaper, so that's nice. Obviously, as he lost that SCV that he was microing with, if he makes a starport, it'll be at home.
Oh, that's annoying. TY's command center can't finish as easily now. But the Reaper fight is won here by Special. Still some Marines here, and there's not going to be any more Reapers being made this game for TY.
No, he's getting into other things here. But with the second Reaper coming out, I mean, you can keep up a little bit more of this pressure as Special, but I think that'll be his last one.
No starport was ever made for Special.
That's right.
It's just going to expand.
The defensive Cyclones.
And I got to say, I mean, things seem to be going just fine right now for TY.
Ooh.
I mean, he even keeps the Hellion alive. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. If he had snapped that Hellion's neck, then he'd be feeling a lot better about this Harass. So you just can't do it, though. Really well done. Good execution by TY on that defense.
Well, you know, this is a little bit of a problem now for Special. You know, he made a lot of Reapers.
Yeah, he made more than I thought, actually. I thought he was going to stop at 3.
Yeah, I think he got up to 5 or 6, but you know, they don't end up in a good spot in a long game. So now I feel like TY can start to really assert himself on the map. Now this barracks is going to be used to scout.
And even just seeing the medevac and what idea TOI had in his head is going to help Special a lot here.
I think TY's being smart, though. I think he just doesn't want to have to deal with a counterattack or any way that Special could then come out on top. I think TY is confident if he could just stay on top of this game, he's going to be fine.
Eliminates that mine. It looks, I think we're going to see mech out of Special here again. Yeah, I'm sure of it. And then out of TY, it looks like mech to me this game. Yeah, with the number of gases he's taking.
Okay. Well, we're going to be back into a situation where the techs are very, very different. Do you think there's a reason why Special is electing to not go infantry in these games, assuming he does commit to the mech?
I think his mech is very good, and you have a better chance of upsetting your opponent here. I think TY is probably just a little bit better bio.
By the way, these snipe Special is getting as crazy, but this micro here with picking up the units before they get shot down,
it's pretty fantastic.
Usually is pretty crazy. Oh my god.
Well, that's gone.
Okay, big win there for Special. The skirmish in the middle of the map with the first few units completely dominated by Special.
His Cyclones are doing so much. Look at this, he's got 5 right now. Who even needs other types of units other than SCVs? Oh, Special had some barracks.
Okay. Maybe not mech after all.
Very cool. Oh, you know what? No, because that was his only barracks, and he needs it to build more factories.
Oh, that's right, because the one that was floated in his main was killed. All right, never mind. False alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need barracks to make factories, so. People don't think of it as a tech building, but I guess it really actually is.
It's not.
It's a tech building. It allows you to get to the next step.
Technically.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So, you know, in this game, Special actually gets to get the third up here. A lot of this is, I think, in part because that medevac was shot down. It was sniped.
You know Interference Matrix?
Yes.
I've always felt like it should also reverse the controls of the unit that it disables.
Like it becomes like a Mario Party unit or something.
Walks in the opposite direction you click in. Patience would never lose a Colossus like that. Okay, some auto turret harassment. A little bit of a push coming out of TY. Special's had a good opening so far, but TY starting to gain little edges here and there. Once again, utilizing those Ravens, I would love to see Special just push out an air unit to deal with that.
Oh, looks like he's going to be able to get that Raven. No, he's not going to get the Raven. How annoying.
Wow. Auto turrets are so good.
8 SCVs have been killed so far.
Yeah, let's see if he actually locks on the right stuff. Ooh, good.
Wow, that was great kiting. That was really good kiting.
Beautifully done there by TY.
Uh-oh. Okay. No,
just
TY's
do
on
not
top of
want lock-ons on Marines.
I know, it doesn't work out that nicely.
So hold on. TY is going into mech, by the way.
Okay.
So that is confirmed. So a little bit of mech versus mech here.
I love... Oh, wow. Okay, that one actually gets away. Definitely an annoying moment there. I think TY, smartly so, is saying, I can't be on the map right now.
Yeah.
He's
well,
actually trying to go home, but...
The Cyclone player should have a bit of an advantage there.
Right.
But he did a good job buffering with those Marines he had made early on.
By the way, this is really going to start to add up here. This Banshee's getting so many kills here.
You know, even after all that, the SCV count is within 2.
Yeah, that's true. But it could have been much bigger here for Special, but...
Yeah.
Now Special going to throw his Liberators in here. Immediate reactions from TY. So far, only 1 SCV was killed over here.
That is a lot of lost mining that time.
Yeah, very annoying. And where's the anti-air? I mean, those Marines are just sitting there.
It's a good question.
Oh!
He's actually bringing Marines out.
The problem is that the Marines can't oftentimes get a really good angle to hit that.
Oh my god. He just canceled a Banshee, or maybe the Banshee finished and he started a Viking. So he's just not mining for 100 years, basically.
Yeah, this is crazy how long this is.
Yeah, he needs to team them up to kill Marines.
And there's a push coming here. I don't know if TY's ready, but it seems like Special actually is going to just... This is going to start to combo here. You know, he's just slowing him down in enough spots. This is annoying, too, on the eBay as well. Now, finally, this Viking gets there, but even the Viking doesn't kill Liberators that fast.
No,
in fact, even this Liberator's like, it's fine, man.
Yeah,
Taze, just calm down. How about you chill out, Taze?
I'm just going to come over here and kill the
siege
siege
this?
tanks.
I'm killing tanks now, Tasteless. You paying attention? Forget about me. You'll see me in your nightmares.
With some counter Banshee harassment, not doing too bad.
This is quite a bloodbath of a game, man. I mean, everybody's taking so much.
They're dealing serious damage to each other. I hate it when friends cause each other so much pain.
I know. Let's just stop the game right now.
I know,
Make up, you two.
I'm like, TY, wouldn't it have been better if Stats had killed him for you?
Okay, so more SCVs being picked off. I mean, this is really an incredible series of blows that are being dealt here by Special. But TY grows anyways, in spite of it. Like a cockroach.
Yeah.
Surviving a nuclear winter. He just keeps taking more of the map.
Look, I know SOS isn't doing well right now, but you can't just give.
Well, he's La Cucaracha, but this is La Cacarocha.
La Cacarocha. Excellent. All right, Special continuing to push. He has that air dominance. He has a really nice siege tank lineup here. Of course, with the Liberators. Liberator Viking, man. This is why you switch into Sky Terran eventually, right?
Yeah, no, this is exactly why. Okay.
Siege tanks cannot stop Liberators.
We should call Liberators that don't go into their mode right away. We should call them Deliberators.
Yeah, that Deliberator got taken right out.
Yeah. It looks like the Marines are getting fished forward here. Yeah, you know, Special's not quite getting close enough to where this is a real threat. Like, it could be a threat. Uh-oh, not anymore.
Yeah, brings his Banshees up here. Does have some Cyclones to push some of that back. Gosh, Cyclones kill Vikings quickly with that upgrade.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Well, Special is still staying on 3 bases. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, just target down the command center.
Yeah. But I don't know if this is going to do that much. Well, hold on. The Hellions can end up really... Wait,
that
what?
damage
You're
output
not supposed
is...
to... Oh, what? You know what's funny? I don't know if he should have just kept it still. It seemed like when he moved it, the SUVs weren't repairing the right way.
You're right. You're right. He should have kept it still. I think it might have lived. The thing is, I think he wanted his units to kill the units more quickly, so that's why he pulled it away, so it had to chase. Yeah, I think you're probably right on that.
Oh my gosh, this is a lot of damage over here to TY. I think TY might just fall apart here, even though that CC was sniped.
Yeah, you might use that new tactic he just learned as well. No, looks like TY brings in his army.
He's like, wait a minute, you also will move your CC.
Oh my god, the Liberator's dealing so much damage.
Oh my god, I think we're going to go to game 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Definitely looks that way.
This is crazy. Right now, TY has 50 workers. And this base that we see, that's very pushable. Oh my god. There's no SCVs over here.
These two are really brutalizing each other.
Yeah, this is...
You can see the pent-up rage that they have from that group nomination, you know?
I know, yeah. They're out for blood.
Ooh, that's a lot of Blue Flame Hellions against a little bit mount.
Oh my god, there's nothing back here. Can he get control of his high ground, maybe? Actually, it looks like the Cyclones are going to come back.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine this time.
This is an insane TVT. It's actually
it really is.
It's kind of hard to follow, to be honest.
Well, there's just damage everywhere. It's like...
Wait, does he...
I feel like so many things must have been done wrong on both sides.
Does TY actually win this fight?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I was just checking on you. Okay, so...
But it's like one of them kills everything in one area, and then the other guy kills everything in an area, and they just keep doing that forever.
It's 50 workers on both sides now. Oh, those tanks are pretty huge. You know, tanks are really the backbone unit for the Mac Army. Man. For the Mac Army.
Ooh, another group from TY coming up. Nice turnaround, though.
Oh, this is so funny. It's just
watching the lock-ons is just like... The Cyclone truly is the stupidest unit.
It is a dumb unit for sure.
Just like... It's like, oh, I got in range. Sorry, you're going to die.
Yeah.
It's like, but wait, I'm in range, you too. Okay, we're both going to die. Cool.
So the 4th has been reclaimed here. Both players have a 4th that's barely mining right now. This is really one of those one-of-a-kind games.
It really is.
I thought Special was going to take it for a little bit, but TY's counterattack was pretty insane.
I feel like at the end of this game, when they both have floating, burning command centers and that's it, they each have one Banshee or something, right?
Yeah.
They should just go up and hug, and everyone advances, you know? We're like, DRG, you're out.
Yeah.
TY and
He's
Special
like, are you
advance.
kidding me? Everybody's cheering and hugging each other.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Okay, so where are we actually at in this game?
Well, we might be close to evening out.
Let's try to look. Special has 2 upgrades. That actually doesn't make as much of a difference in mech versus mech as people would think, so you can kind of throw those out the window a little bit. The Speed Banshee upgrade, I think, is pretty reasonable if you actually have Banshees, which I don't know that we have any left.
I don't think any more are being made right now. Maybe later, though.
Worker count is slightly Special favored. They both have 4 bases.
Oh, we do have more Banshees. By the way, both are taking a 5th.
Yeah, these Banshees are maybe the most impactful thing on the map.
Oh man, now they just cloak and fly away.
Yeah.
Oh my god, TY attacking it again. Oh man. Now this is where the damage gets pretty crazy. Is he going to try to target the CC again? It looks like no. But 30 workers have been killed, and look at this Ninja Van as she backs right out.
Yeah, he didn't kill quite enough units there to make that as worthwhile as it needed to be. Okay, he clears the Banshees, which is important, but Special's economy has been really, really badly hurt. Now, even though this looks really good for TY, Special has 10 tanks to 1 at the moment. So, in an actual heads-up fight, Special can win. But TY is using mobility against power.
Yeah, like let's say that TY, or Special rather, wants to take a fight on the other side of the map, then I think we see TY just counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. And really Special has to stay back and turtle, but with the momentum and the tempo that TY has in this game, I think TY can start to set up a closer.
Yeah,
Special really
tend to
can't
agree.
go out and strike back right now.
Well, what TY is doing now is building his tank count. So even though we had a 10-to-1 tank advantage, that is going to close really quickly. And the thing is, at 10-to-1, yeah, sure, okay, you can do something there, but if your opponent has 10 tanks, you have 20, do you win that fight? Well, if they're in siege mode, no. So, just something to keep in mind there.
Oh, now hold on.
Oh, God, he's got the Liberators, too. That is an issue. This is going to be very difficult.
Here we go. Well, you know, with enough Cyclones, maybe you can just start to shoot these down.
Well, he definitely needs to lock onto something here or run around.
Okay, now TY is going to inch his tanks in here and start to chip away at the command center.
Yeah, it feels like TY's outplaying him a little bit right now. Oh, 2 Vikings. Your plans are ruined.
Oh, is there going to be a counter here?
Yeah, this is a really good move.
Oh my god, the tanks aren't sieged
I
up.
like this very much.
Oh man.
Oh, there they go though. Oh, run away.
Wait a minute. Now he can get on top of these tanks.
Oh my god. Okay, he's going to back up. This command center might end up dying here.
Yeah, and now we have the army of TY thrusting forward, and that does make the CC lift off.
Yeah, he's coming back for the flank right now. So he's actually going to be able to eliminate pieces of this. Like, he gets rid of the Liberators, but...
Oh my god, TY wins the fight over here too?
Well, he withdrew most of his units. It was like 1 or 2 tanks left.
Still,
so that
the
part
position
wasn't as big.
Position lost, though.
Yeah.
We have a Special coming up again.
Yeah, he needs to attack somewhere and actually do damage now. Oh, no.
Man.
Okay, actually gets a decent lock on there. Dude, this is
quite the game.
As messy as it can get.
And Special could still win. TY's got some good plays, but he's not able to close it up. He's not able to wrap the game up.
He's got some good stuff still. Like, he needs to remove those tanks that are kind of in an awkward position. That's actually not that hard. Lock on. Go ahead. You can do it. There you go. Good job.
Don't help him.
He needs a bit of help. Honestly.
It's going to be hard for anybody to take a base beyond this.
Oh, God. Look, he starts repairing. It's like, haha, that's what we wanted you to think.
Yeah, that was part of the plan.
Gosh, Blue Flame Hellions kill SCVs quickly.
12 denied. I don't know if 6 is going to be denied here, too, but we see Special with ambitions of taking that. Oh, I'm sorry. He can't take that at all. His tanks are just in range. Here comes the Liberator, though. This will force the tanks to move.
There you go.
This position for a while was really getting a lot of benefits here for TY.
Yeah. He's getting a lot out of a little. TY needs, or Special rather, needs to be very careful about losing any more positions. I feel like that base that just got attacked by Hellions is way too wide open right now. But look at this. He comes down the ramp. Very nice move from Special. Very nice.
Taking a fight over at the bottleneck. This makes TY back up here. What a TVT this is. This is crazy.
Yeah. But TY continues to roam. His roaming is non-stop here. Okay, some great lock-ons come in. We actually have a slightly bigger air army here for TY, but more Cyclones for Special. So if he gets the right lock-ons, great things can still occur.
A lot of things counter each other, but it kind of depends on how the engagements actually go.
Yeah.
Now we have 12 o'clock being acquired here by TY. Let's see how long he can hang on to that. I know that there's sights set over here on 6 for TY. But first he's going to have to deal with this attack that's coming in over here. More Vikings right now for TY is going to be the beginnings of a possible win here on this fight.
All right, a good siege right there, and he has a lot of Cyclones on the high ground. Equal in supply. Army supply, at least. Bringing more siege tanks over to this high ground area. He's kind of shifting the focus more towards TY's area. Like the mirror area where TY was attacking him earlier, he's starting to attack more. But I feel like TY's defense is much stronger in this area. I don't see this as being breakable at all. Look at his siege tank spread. What are you to do against that? I almost feel like at this point, because they are at such large armies that can't really break each other, it might be the right time to say, you know what, screw this. Let's switch into Sky Terran.
Yeah, you could be right. By the way, this angle is going to make these tanks completely obsolete. And now the CC, I think 100% is going to go down here.
Yeah.
In fact, these workers are even stuck over here. But with the yin and yang of map control, he forces a lift.
Yeah, and that's a lot of siege tanks he's bringing down. Oh my god, the Liberator's just falling right there. Yeah, I'm not sure that you need to run from that, but...
Okay, so he should be able to get to 6 o'clock. It's just 2 tanks defending there.
Yeah, he's got the air control.
Insane, man.
Yeah.
But it does seem like the army is just a little bit bigger for TY. That doesn't always matter in TVT, though. Position is really more important.
It's better. It's better. Look, the spread of siege tanks is going to whittle down what Special has here. See this? Kind of a sloppy attack from Special. He's taxed on all edges now. Losing good 4 or 5 siege tanks right there for free. We'll force back TY's army. Maybe TY afraid of losing this area, but this is a very podunk army left over by Special.
It's not clear on where the mineral patches are at in each spot. Like, I know obviously 6 o'clock is mineral rich, but like these other places should all be mining out soon, right? Now with the air domination here, I mean, this seems to be one of the last things that Special really had going for him, right?
Yeah.
He's lost all those tanks. The tank count's going to be superior here for TY.
Yeah, he was just getting a little bit too aggressive towards 12 o'clock. It was actually, the game was evening up, and then the counterattack from TY was really strong, and Special just lost his army. It got put through the grinder of siege tanks. When tanks are sieged, you cannot really attack into them. And Special is learning that, for the, 15th year in a row now.
Well, despite how dramatic and back and forth this game's been, it seems like we might be in the twilight of this game. TY, I think, can start to set up a push as long as he guards against counterattacks to wipe out 6 o'clock and maybe hit the other locations.
Well, do you think, okay, so there's 10 tanks. Here's my problem, okay? We see what Special's making. He might be playing kind of frantically and feeling like he's about to die, which might be true. He's making Cyclones a lot. But I feel like he needs some Vikings to try to hold on against the creeping air force of TY.
Well, we see the tanks.
That's a good moment. That's a good moment.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Runs away from those tanks.
Somehow they just don't take damage.
That's good stuff.
This could give them access over here to the right side of the map.
Yeah. And TY going to pull back to try to defend that, I think. But Special going to loop back around. Celian doing some work.
Oh, sorry, I had to drink some water. Yeah, this is like a game where each side has been very close to winning, but the final steps to making the killing blow are really hard to execute. And if you misstep, we go back to square one.
Yeah. You saw it, like Special started to make it even and then felt like he had a chance, and that actually kind of threw it a little bit.
Yeah.
Now he's fighting back a bit from there.
Oh, more and more tanks here for TY. Keep in mind he had the economic lead for a little bit in this game. And it seems like if he's patient enough, he could just get enough tanks where he can kind of roll through all this. Now, this is the mineral-rich location, gas-rich as well, of course, but just it's a really important base here. And losing this is going to be really tough.
Cyclone lock-ons are so awkward.
Yeah. And now the tanks are going to get sniped down here. It's all but over for this base here.
Yeah.
Good job with the Vikings, too. Just getting rid of those Liberators. And no SCVs can mine here. But, again, is it an overstep? Does Special want to try to flank it? Does he want to counter? A flank it is.
Okay. Oh, leads with the Siege Tanks. The Hellbats in the back. Exactly the opposite of what you're looking for there. But he does have overwhelming forces in this area.
Well, we say that, but now there's going to be a hit from behind here with these other Hellions. Tanks, Cyclones, everything else. And what looked like a flank is now becoming a sandwich.
But then the sandwich fights back.
That's right.
Oh, and then the Banshees come and ruin everything. But nothing left that shoots
Kind
up.
of crazy back and forth fights here. Tank goes down.
Yeah, Special's got very little left now. TY has been able to basically have his bases secured for a very long time.
It's done. It is done. TY, the returning champion.
Yeah.
Doesn't have an easy day, though.
This was close game day. Round of 16, really delivering so far. Special versus Scarlet, very nice series there. Special almost beating DRG, almost beating TY. Unable to do so, though.
Well, Special had a great showing here. But today, the foreigners lose.
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
That's right. I know 2 Americans going to the next round.
Yeah, we always get to the finals no matter what. We've got an interview now with TY. Let's see how he's feeling. Getting out second. Remember, DRG got out first today. Big surprise there. Yeah, let's see how TY is feeling. That was a close series.
And at the end of the day, it is last season's champion TY moving on to the round of 16.
지난 시즌 우승자 전태양 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, TY. Thank you.
네, 정말 축하드립니다.
A sincere congratulations to you.
있었는데요. 먼저 진출 소감.
You know, a bit of hardship, but in the end, you move on. How do you feel?
이렇게 어렵게 올라갈 만한
Well,
경기가 아니었던 것
I never
같은데
expected myself to move on
생각보다 훨씬
this
더
hardly.
힘들게 올라간
But
것
everything
같고
was much harder than I expected.
상태로는 8강 가면은 굉장히 힘들 것
And
같다는
with
생각이
this
많이
state
들어서
of
남은
state of
시간
skills,
동안
I think I'm gonna have
준비를
trouble
열심히
in the
해야
round
될
of
것
8, so I'm gonna have to make
네,
thorough
2세트
preparation
참
beforehand.
치열한 싸움이 계속됐고요.
Yes, there were fierce skirmishes going on in that series, and the first set was a base trade game.
엘리전 때 정말 언제부터
In the base trade
엘리전
game,
상황을 생각하고 계셨는지
From when did you consider the game to turn out to be a base trade?
그때부터 다 계산에
Was it
있으셨나요?
maybe when you built a barracks at 1 o'clock position?
정면 싸움하면 좀 힘들어서
Oh yes, I mean going head to head against Special could be a little tricky. So I kind of spread my barracks apart so that I would have advantage when I go up against a
다른
mechanical
부분들도
army.
궁금한 게
One more curious thing is
후안 선수의 병력이 들어올 때 그때
when you
기습
lifted up the
전투를
orbital
하셨잖아요.
command and
생각나시나요?
Special came in, was this a bait to lure
워낙 많은
Special in?
상황들이 있었고 또
No,
치열하게
that was not a
싸우시다
bait.
보니까 그런 부분들은
So
기억이
that's
안 나시는
that
것
was
같습니다.
my
그렇다면
speculation.
후안 선수와의 경기 사실 내가 떨어지는 한이 있어도 후안
So in that
선수만큼은
match against Special,
떨어뜨리겠다 이야기를 했거든요.
you were determined to take down Special no matter what.
약간은 농담이었고
Well, that was kind of I said that jokingly.
제자기 때문에
I mean, Special is a precious disciple of mine, so I want him to make consistent performance. So I'm a little sad that he got eliminated, but
그렇군요.
one has
자,
to win,
오늘
right?
사실 승자전 생각도 많이 나실 것 같습니다. 지금 피곤하시겠지만
So I'm sure
승자전 얘기를
you want to talk about the winners match as well.
박수 선수와의 대결 어떤 아쉬움이
So in the
남으세요?
match against DRG, what disappointments do you have?
1경기 할 때
Well, in the first game against DRG,
센터까지 둥둥 떠다닌 적이 있어요.
you know, my orbital command was floating in the air
오늘 내가
in
정상이
the center,
아니구나라는 걸
and then I
느끼고
realized I was not myself today,
즉흥적으로 빌드를 많이 바꿨는데
and then I had to change my playstyle impromptu.
잘 풀린 것 같고
And I think that worked out well,
좋지 않은
but I don't
날
think my
올라가게
condition's
돼서
that good today.
다행인 것 같아요.
So I'm very happy that I did move
아무래도
on
오늘
despite
컨디션
my condition.
난조가 문제였던 것 같은데요. 자, 다음 8강 때는 더
And your
나은
next
모습을
opponent-
저희가 기대하겠습니다. 8강에서 B조
Your next opponent in the round of 8 will be the first place of Group B.
공교롭게도 박용 선수가
And in
속해
Group B,
있거든요.
there's Dark.
만약에 박용 선수가 1위로 올라오면
And if Dark does move on as the
전태양 선수와
first
만나게
place,
되고
you will be playing against Dark, and that means 3 consecutive round of 8 match with Dark.
이왕 이렇게 된 거 3연속 대결 어떠신가요?
So how does that match look like?
황영우 선수한테 지난 시즌 8강에서 이기긴 했지만
Well, last season I did beat Dark 3-0,
강력한 GSL 선수이기도
but he's still one of the
하고
strongest players in the GSL.
때문에 이번에는 좀 피하고 싶고
So this time I want to evade him if possible. So I do feel like Group E is a group of death. So no matter who advances, I'm sure the match is going to be very hard.
지금 늦은 시간까지 정말 열심히
So it's late at night, but you still endured and kept up your performance. So anything you want to say before you go?
또 오늘 운이 좋아서 굉장히
Well, today I definitely think I was fortunate. I don't think I won. I don't think I won because of skills.
준비 기간 동안 좀
So
열심히
in my preparation time, I'm going to have to prepare really hard, just like last season,
좋은 경기력을 다시
so that I can show
연습해야 될 것 같아요.
great performance on stage.
알겠습니다. 그럼 다음 8강 때 뵙도록
And we'll look forward to your match in the round of
하겠습니다.
8. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 2위 진출자 아프리카 프릭스 전태양 선수 만나봤는데요. 오늘 경기 최종 정리 확인해 보시죠.
All right, thank you, Andy. TY advances, but not in the way I think any of us expected. That's it for foreigners, by the way.
Yeah.
The only people that are going to be on the rest of the tournament that are not Korean are Artosis and myself. So probably for a lot of the people watching this stream, it's a little bit sad.
Well, you know what? I think both Special and Scarlett put out some great games here tonight.
Yeah.
This was a very close night. Fantastic games all over the place. Wow. Round of 16 truly delivering.
Yeah, this was some of the best games we've had, and we've had some really good games this year so far, but today was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it was awesome. Congrats to DRG for making his full comeback, man.
Yeah, and I mean, if DRG...
That guy can get as deep as he needs.
Yeah, he might go all the way this season.
Yeah.
We'll be back on Saturday, 1 p.m. Innovation, Dark, Bunny, and Parting will be playing.
All right, another fantastic group. Let's see if Bunny can actually make anything happen in there. He's definitely been getting a lot better. Made a great performance in the round of 24, but of course, these are juggernauts that he's against.
Yeah. Parting, of course, with crazy and exciting plays. Dark just seems to be almost invulnerable. Innovation appears to be back in full form as well. I mean, if Bunny can get out of that group, that would be pretty insane. But
that would be wild. I can't imagine it. Because
I cannot imagine it, no.
No, the group is so tough.
Will probably be tough for Parting, but you never know. He's very tricky. He's a smart player. Not many Protosses, so we got to keep our fingers crossed for him in that regard, too.
Well, he's got that aggressive style. He can upset anybody.
Sure. Innovation. He's really scary now.
Yeah.
He's been great in the past, but he's one of these guys that's almost, he's like a timeless pro gamer. He's always able to come out in different eras and just dominate.
Yeah, and the thing is, he has down years, but this is one of the years where I'm like, oh, he can win a GSL this year.
Yeah, I think
for
so.
sure. He's in that type of shape at the moment.
Out of all the players, I'm most confident Dark will get out. I think it's just crazy to think of him not advancing.
It is crazy to think of. But in a group like this, like, Innovation could beat Dark, right?
It could happen.
Okay,
sure.
And anyone who plays against Parting, it's a coin flip. That's it. Like, you got 50% to beat Parting.
He has like Two-Face, but just with builds that you flip the coin. And,
yeah. Which Cannon Rush is it? Which map?
That's all the time we have, guys. Thank you for joining us. We love you. Take care. Keep wearing a mask, washing your hands, and have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. We love you. Bye-bye.
시간 역시 기대해도 좋아.
Unbreakable. Called you up in the early morning light, 'cause something didn't sit right. I didn't wanna lie about it, but I stayed.